Chapter 2496. Puff. Seeing that the situation was not right, the sea serpent spat out an even stronger sea serpent dragon aura. This was its trump card. After spitting out this sea serpent dragon aura, its cultivation level dropped from mid-level high god to low-level high god. Its aura was obviously weakened. Break. This time, Night Sorrow did not dodge or attack in the face of the sea serpent dragon's aura. Gathering his divine Yuan Qi, he transformed it into divine Yuan Qi and let out a loud roar. The sea serpent dragon's aura was shattered before it could form any mirages. Seeing that the situation was not good, the sea serpent dragon fled frantically. "Where do you think you're going?" Yi Shang roared and used the vanishing shadow void escape to chase after him. The sea serpent dragon's most powerful ability was to spit out its sea serpent dragon aura. Now that this aura was no longer effective against Night Sorrow, it was unrealistic for it to escape. However, when Night Sorrow was 10,000 miles away, the sea serpent dragon's scissor-like tail suddenly glowed and whipped fiercely. "You want to whip me? Dream on." Facing the sea serpent dragon's huge tail, Night Sorrow raised his samsara halberd and struck. The sea serpent dragon's tail shattered like glass, causing it to howl in pain in the water. "If it weren't for the blue phoenix armor, I might have been killed by you. Now, go to hell." The sea serpent dragon's aura was no longer effective, and its tail had been shattered. It could not escape Night Sorrow's pursuit. Although Night Sorrow was the virtuous feather god, he would not show mercy to a monster that wanted to kill him. He gathered his divine essence and struck the sea serpent dragon's head with the forbidden spear. He wanted to penetrate its divine sea. "Lord, please spare me. I attacked you because I was loyal to someone." At this moment, the sea serpent dragon suddenly turned into a girl in green and knelt in front of Night Sorrow. "Loyal to someone? Is someone trying to harm me?" The girl in green had a round face with some baby fat. She did not look like a treacherous person. Night Sorrow withdrew his samsara halberd and interrupted the fatal attack. "It's not about harming the Lord, it's about harming anyone who enters this formation." At this point, the chubby girl shook her head and said, "No, that's not right. It's not harm. It's to make all the cultivators who enter this array sleep for 10,000 years. Then why did you attack me just now?" Night Sorrow's tone was a bit cold. Night Sorrow. "It's because you didn't fall asleep and entered the second part of the test that you were attacked. In fact, the sneak attack on you was augmented by Lord Divine Lord Jinyuan. I don't have such strong offensive power. Given its strength, there was no way it would be able to cause the Azure Phoenix battle armor to drop a grade. Lord God 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 Lords is Lord. God God God. I is God. Is God Divine God God. God 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 God. God is God level is God God is God. Isn't it a little too hard to wait for you to leave after breaking through to the God King realm? But since it's Divine Lord Jinyuan's idea, I won't pursue the matter of the sneak attack." Upon hearing this, Night Sorrow sighed. Divine Lord Jinyuan had already died in battle. How could there be any possibility of him breaking through to the Divine King level? Thinking of this, he asked, "How many years have you been guarding this formation?" "Yes. There should be. I can't remember clearly, I can't count them." The sea serpent, who had transformed into a chubby girl, counted with her fingers and did not understand. She knelt and said, "Anyway, this cave abode exists. I've always been in this array formation. Get up and talk. It's quite pitiful to keep guarding here." Night Sorrow condensed his divine essence power and helped the sea serpent that had transformed into a young girl up. He said, "The key is that Sir Divine Lord has already fallen in the battle back then. Why don't you leave with me? If you wait here, you will never see him." Divine Lord Jinyuan had already perished. Night Sorrow did not wish to see the sea serpent, who was not very scheming, trapped in such an array formation forever. For any living being, waiting in such a dark formation was meaningless. "No. Sir Divine Lord is not dead. He's so powerful. He won't die." I'll always wait here for him. However, the sea serpent shook her head stubbornly when she heard Night Sorrow's words. She took a few steps back in disbelief. Alright, since you don't want to leave, you can cultivate here. If I see Divine Lord again, I'll ask him to come and talk to you. Seeing the sea serpent's firm attitude, Night Sorrow shook his head helplessly. He had the power of merit and could tell that the sea serpent was not lying. He thought that whoever started the trouble should end it. If he saw Divine Lord Jinyuan's shadow again, he would ask him to come and talk to the sea serpent. Then, Night Sorrow asked, my friend is still sleeping soundly. Is there a way to wake her up quickly? Night Sorrow did not want Yuntiani to sleep for tens of thousands of years. That would definitely affect the final battle for the cave abode. Yes, yes, yes. I'll put away the sea serpent's aura and she will wake up. In addition, here's a drop of my tear. Sir, you can drop it into your eye. This way, you will be able to see through all kinds of illusions in the future. The sea serpent put away the sea serpent's aura in the small world and handed a drop of sparkling tear to Night Sorrow. Sir, I can only produce one drop of my tear in a lifetime. This is a reward arranged by Sir Divine Lord. You deserve it. Since it's Sir Divine Lord's arrangement, I'll accept it. The sea serpent's tear had such an effect. It was definitely priceless. Night Sorrow was delighted. After all, he and Yuntiani would go deep into the cave abode and might encounter countless illusions. If they could see through all of them, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Sir, you can drop it directly into one eye without any side effects. When it reaches a certain level, not only will you be able to see through all illusions, you can even see through other people's unique skills and imitate them directly. The sea serpent explained slowly with a hint of pride in her tone. If what she said was true, then the value of the sea serpent's tear was too great. How do I level it up? The sea serpent's words made Night Sorrow's heart skip a beat. What he lacked the most now was various unique skills. If he could really see through other people's exquisite unique skills, it would be too heaven-defying. When Sir cultivates, the sea serpent's eye will automatically absorb divine essence and level up. However, with Sir's current realm, even if the sea serpent's eye is raised to a certain level, you can only see through the feather god's unique skills, the round-faced sea serpent explained seriously. No matter what, thank you. This is a divine soul recovery pill. Take it quickly. I'm sorry for injuring you just now. The backlash of the 7-star violent alcade came. Night Sorrow took 2 divine soul recovery pills and handed 2 to the sea serpent. The effect of the sea serpent's tear was really heaven-defying. He was very grateful. However, now that he couldn't use his spatial dharma artifact, he couldn't think of anything to give in return. He could only remember it silently. Thank you, sir. The sea serpent, who had taken 2 divine soul recovery pills, smiled sweetly at Night Sorrow. When she smiled, her face became even rounder. Chapter 2497. The Divine Emperor gave me the name Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan replied with a smile. My lord, your friend has woken up. I'll go back to the bottom of the sea to cultivate. Shen Yuan bowed to Night Sorrow and turned back into the sea serpent, swimming to the bottom of the sea. Okay, go ahead. I'll come back to see you. Night Sorrow waved to Shen Yuan and rose to the surface of the sea, returning to Yuntiani. At this time, Yuntiani had just woken up. There was a trace of confusion in her eyes, as if she had forgotten how she came here. The sea serpent's aura is gone. Hurry up and recover. We'll continue later. Night Sorrow said to Yuntiani. Then he dripped the sea serpent's tear into his left eye and slowly absorbed it. After absorbing the sea serpent's tear, Night Sorrow soon saw the center of the illusory formation and left with Yuntiani. What's going on there? After leaving the illusory formation, Yuntiani's aura had returned to normal, but she had no idea what was going on. There was the sea serpent's aura in that formation. That's why you fell asleep. But I've broken it. Night Sorrow didn't say Shen Yuan. After saying that, he suddenly grabbed Yuntiani and said, Stop. Let's go another way. There was a maze-like illusory formation in front of them. With the help of the sea serpent's eye, Night Sorrow avoided it and didn't walk in. However, just as they were about to go around it, a cold voice sounded. Yun Tianyi, it's really you. It turned out to be Ji Hao, Leng Ningxin, and Shangguan Hai, who had just come out of the illusory formation. When Shangguan Hai saw Yun Tianyi and Yi Shang, he immediately shouted sinisterly. His entire body exuded an intense killing intent. Not only Shangguan Hai, but also Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin. Obviously, they wanted to kill Night Sorrow and Yun Tianyi without any hesitation. They were very confident in their strength, so they didn't bother to hide it. Shangguan Hai, it's you. Upon seeing Shangguan Hai, Yun Tianyi's face immediately turned ugly. Her father had been suppressed by the Shangguan family of Langqi Mountain. Yun Tianyi hated everyone in the Shangguan family to the bone. However, their strength had always been about the same. If not, Yun Tianyi would have thought of a way to kill him long ago. Yun Tianyi, oh, Yun Tianyi, how arrogant are you to enter the Zhenyuan Divine Lord's abode with a piece of trash at the mid-level Divine Feather Realm? Do you think it's so easy to barge into an invincible Divine Lord's cave abode? Shangguan Hai, who was sizing up Night Sorrow, found that he was a mid-level feather god, and immediately laughed at him. Hee, if he's trash, then you're worse than a pig or a dog. You're trash with eyes but no sight. Yun Tianyi couldn't help but laugh at Shangguan Hai, who was ranked 97th on the God of Feathers list, when he ridiculed Night Sorrow, who was ranked at least in the top 30. Yun Tianyi, you're courting death. This is the Zhenyuan Divine Lord's cave abode, not a sect. No one can protect you. Shangguan Hai, who had been ridiculed, immediately had a murderous look on his face. At this time, Ji Hao, who was standing to the side, said impatiently, Shangguan Hai, what nonsense are you talking about? Those who stand in our way must die. Hurry up and do it. You go and kill that mid-level feather god. Okay. Shangguan Hai immediately took out a simple saber and slashed at Night Sorrow fiercely. You're not an invincible feather god, but you dare to come here to try your luck. I really don't know how you got here. Now, go to hell. I really don't know how you survived until now with your eyesight. Night Sorrow didn't dodge Shangguan Hai's attack at all. He activated the Essence Smoke and Star's mighty body and directly slapped out with his palm. Shangguan Hai's strength was about the same as Yun Tianyi's. They were no match for each other at all. Night Sorrow didn't bother to talk nonsense with such an opponent. He just slapped him to death. And, you're really courting. Seeing that Night Sorrow didn't dodge at all, Shangguan Hai wanted to shout that he was courting death. However, before he could say the word, he was slapped into ashes, and his soul was destroyed. Night Sorrow didn't like Wu Xin and the people from Langqi Mountain at all. He didn't show any mercy at all. At this time, Leng Ningxin was attacking Yun Tianyi. She was much stronger than Yun Tianyi, so she suppressed her in an instant. Yun Tianyi, who was attacked by Leng Ningxin continuously, couldn't resist Leng Ningxin's ice seal at all. Her movements became very slow, as if she was moving in slow motion. Ji Hao was definitely a ruthless person. When Leng Ningxin restrained Yun Tianyi, he, who had a strong body, immediately launched a sneak attack, trying to smash Yun Tianyi's head. However, Night Sorrow had already killed Shangguan Hai. He turned around to help and slapped Ji Hao away with the strength of his body. What? You're so strong. Where's Shangguan Hai? Is he dead? Ji Hao, who was very confident in the strength of his body, was sent flying by Yi Shang's slap. He immediately revealed a shocked expression. He didn't realize that Shangguan Hai had been killed until then. His surprise immediately turned into shock. Ji Hao didn't expect that a middle-level god of feathers could be so powerful. He killed Shangguan Hai, who was on the God of Feathers list, with one move. Also, his body was stronger than his. He asked in a cold voice, "Who are you?" "The one who's going to kill you." They were already fighting, and Ji Hao wanted to kill Yun Tianyi. Night Sorrow wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with him. He took the Samsara halberd from his back and directly attacked. With the help of the vanishing shadow void escape, the attack was so fast that Ji Hao couldn't dodge it. No! Ningxin, help me! Ji Hao immediately sensed the aura of death from Night Sorrow's attack. He took out a long sword and shouted for help. 1,000 miles of ice. In fact, Leng Ningxin had been paying attention to the situation even before Ji Hao said anything. She immediately performed her unique skill and used her god realm to slow down Night Sorrow. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be frozen. Yun Tianyi was almost frozen into an ice sculpture. He wanted to help, but he couldn't, which made him very unhappy. Because this time, he had become a spectator again. He was going to be a hindrance. Yun Tianyi's pride was hurt, but Night Sorrow's action was only slightly delayed. Because he had activated the power of merit. With the help of the power of merit, Night Sorrow's god realm directly broke through Leng Ningxin's suppression. The Samsara halberd pierced toward Ji Hao's dantian without any hindrance. Faced with Night Sorrow's attack, Ji Hao felt like he was locked on. He couldn't dodge at all, so he could only brace himself and use his long sword to block the attack. With a boom, Ji Hao was sent flying. Ji Hao's strength was much weaker than Yan Jiannan's. Moreover, Yan Jiannan could block some of Night Sorrow's attacks because of the Crimson Lotus. Naturally, he couldn't block them. Everlasting Hail. Just then, Leng Ningxin's aura suddenly changed. It became several times stronger as she performed another unique skill. Countless icy raindrops immediately appeared in the sky. Like transparent blades of ice, they continuously stabbed towards Yi Sorrow. How dare you call yourself everlasting? Faced with the endless hail, Night Sorrow couldn't chase after Ji Hao anymore. He raised the Samsara halberd and performed Inferno Demon Subduing. With the support of his powerful strength, Inferno Demon Subduing turned into a fire phoenix and melted all the hail in an instant. Damn it, he's so strong. Leng Ningxin's expression was cold. She didn't expect Night Sorrow to be so strong. Knowing that she had no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight, she transmitted her voice to Ji Hao, run or fight? I'm going to kill him. Ji Hao, who was sent flying by Night Sorrow, replied unwillingly. Alright, then let's perform a joint attack. Although Leng Ningxin was cold and heartless, she was Ji Hao's cultivation partner. They had been together for many years. Chapter 2498. Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin had great teamwork and were very powerful. They had once used this joint attack to kill the top 30 fighters on the God of Feathers list. Not many people knew about this, so Night Sorrow didn't know about it. Night Sorrow didn't kill Leng Ningxin when he had the upper hand. Instead, he went to Yun Tianyi and helped him get rid of Leng Ningxin's ice. Yun Tianyi's qi, blood, and divine origin energy were all frozen. It took him a while to recover. This battle was a big blow to him. He realized the real gap between him and the fighters on the God of Feathers list. Brother Yi, I've dragged you down again in this battle. Luckily, you're strong enough. Otherwise, we would have been killed. Yun Tianyi, whose face was gradually returning to normal, cupped his hands at Night Sorrow and thanked him. I don't think they're that simple. Leave the battle and watch from the sidelines. If there's a chance, help them immediately. Night Sorrow kept an eye on Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin while he was treating Yun Tianyi. He didn't let his guard down. Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin gathered together while Night Sorrow was treating Yun Tianyi. After communicating for a while, the two of them cooperated and attacked Night Sorrow together. You're an elite among the God of Feathers if you can force us to use our joint attack. But you're going to die today. Ji Hao, who had been suppressed in the battle, was very frustrated. He shouted while flying. Are they going to fight me in close combat? Good timing. Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin didn't use any secret techniques. Instead, they flew toward Night Sorrow, which surprised him. It was Night Sorrow's first time fighting someone in close combat after he left the Endless Bone Realm. Facing the two menacing opponents, he reactivated the essence chi smoke signal and the star's mighty body, as well as the power of merits. His figure flashed as he used the vanishing shadow escape technique to confront them. Although Yi Shang's body was currently at the intermediate feather god level, his body had absorbed a large amount of Genesis essence and was no weaker than an ordinary lower high god. He naturally did not fear two feather god level opponents. He, who did not have many absolute skills, liked close combat very much. Ha! It seems that you are very confident in the strength of your body. Seeing Night Sorrow approaching, Ji Hao laughed maniacally and transmitted a message to Leng Ningxin, "Xin, let's begin." "Okay, same as last time." Leng Ningxin nodded and immediately used an even more powerful ice element technique to freeze the surrounding space as soon as she got close to Yi Shang. At the same time, Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin took out their swords and performed their joint attack. Frost Bamboo Rain Sword. Between the heavens and the earth, countless rays of chilling sword chi were released. These sword chis were controlled by Leng Ningxin. They cut through the air and attacked Night Sorrow continuously. This was much more powerful than her infinite frost rain. Faced with so many sword chi in this almost frozen space, Night Sorrow temporarily stopped in his tracks. He stood in the air and used Inferno Demon Subduing to resist the rain of sword chi. The Inferno Demon Subduing's flames were very hot and gradually melted the frozen space. However, this time, it did not completely incinerate the sword chis controlled by Leng Ningxin. The sword chis controlled by Leng Ningxin were still draining Night Sorrow's energy. At this moment, Ji Hao, whose aura and physical strength had obviously improved greatly, put away his sword and took the opportunity to approach Night Sorrow and attack him crazily. How did the two of them increase their strength by several times at the same time? At this moment, Ji Hao's physical strength had increased by more than 10 times compared to before. On the other side, Leng Ningxin, who was using her unique ice skills and frost bamboo rain sword chis to interfere with the fight, her aura also increased greatly. Night Sorrow felt more pressure fighting the two of them under such circumstances than when he faced Yan Jiannan. This made him curious. He could not figure out how the two of them did it. Although he could not figure it out and felt the pressure, Night Sorrow was not completely at a disadvantage. While he was fighting Ji Hao, he found the right opportunity to attack Leng Ningxin. Samsara Strike. However, faced with the reincarnation spear, which was almost unavoidable, Leng Ningxin appeared next to Ji Hao with a telepathic thought. She successfully used this teleportation to dodge the attack. This was the first time Night Sorrow's Samsara halberd missed its target in the god realm, which surprised him. If that attack had hit Leng Ningxin, she would have been severely injured. In that case, Night Sorrow would have been able to deal with the encirclement. Die. After dodging Night Sorrow's attack, Leng Ningxin immediately left Ji Hao's side. Ji Hao, on the other hand, attacked Night Sorrow again. At this moment, Night Sorrow had used Essence Smoke, Star's dominating body, and Power of Merit to gain a slight advantage. However, he could not defeat Ji Hao immediately because every time he used a killer move, Ji Hao would teleport to Leng Ningxin's side. The two of them could teleport to each other's side at will, which was naturally faster than Night Sorrow's attacks. This is troublesome. How did they do it? Night Sorrow's vanishing shadow void release was powerful, but it was not as powerful as Ji Hao's and Leng Ningxin's teleportation, which made him feel powerless. Every time he used a killer move, it was as if he was hitting cotton. However, although the blue phoenix armor had been damaged by Shen Yuan's dragon tail, it still had the defensive power of a lower great god. With the armor and his own amazing defensive power, Night Sorrow was not injured. He did not use 7-star rampage unless he was in a desperate situation. During the battle, he had been carefully observing Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin's cooperation and analyzing how they worked together. However, he did not learn anything. Damn it! When did such a monster appear in the Heartless Realm? Ji Hao, who was fighting Night Sorrow, was actually more uncomfortable than Night Sorrow. It was the first time he had met a feather god whose body was stronger than his. At this point, Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin had already thought of retreating. After all, there was nothing good around them. This battle was purely a battle of wills. They did not want to use more powerful life-saving methods. Huh. At this moment, Knight Sorrow's heart skipped a beat. He noticed that his left eye was absorbing divine origin force on its own. He immediately remembered what Shin Yuan had said. Thinking of the Mirage Dragon's eye, Knight Sorrow immediately cooperated with his left eye to absorb the divine origin force even faster. Soon, Knight Sorrow's eye glowed. He saw that there was an invisible line between Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin. It must be this line that connects Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin. After analyzing the situation, Knight Sorrow continued to attack Ji Hao while sending a message to Yun Tianyi. Cooperate with me later. Attack the spot between Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin. Okay. I will use my most powerful technique. Suddenly receiving Knight Sorrow's message, Yun Tianyi, who had been watching on the sidelines, immediately perked up. However, he did not understand why Knight Sorrow wanted him to attack the void. Now is the time. Attack now. Don't use your most powerful technique. Just be quick. Knight Sorrow, who was fighting Ji Hao, suddenly gave the order. Chapter 2499. Under Knight Sorrow's command, Yun Tianyi slashed at the line between Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin as if she had the eyes of a mirage dragon. Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin were trying to figure out a way to escape. They didn't expect Yun Tianyi to slash at the line between them. In an instant, the line between them was cut off by Yun Tianyi's sword Qi. Pfft! Before Knight Sorrow could attack again, Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The frost bamboo rain swords in the air were all shattered in an instant. The two of them had obviously suffered a fierce backlash. Forbidden Spear. At this moment, Knight Sorrow found an opportunity to condense his divine essence energy and shoot a forbidden spear at Ji Hao. The spear was so powerful that it shook the void. Husband, use your life-saving talisman. Leng Ningxin shouted at the critical moment. She was afraid that Ji Hao wouldn't be willing to use their most powerful talisman. Go to hell. However, she had underestimated Ji Hao's determination. In the face of a life-and-death situation, Ji Hao didn't hesitate at all. He used his half-step Divine Lord talisman and attacked Knight Sorrow. What a powerful talisman! This is the full power attack of a half-step Divine Lord. A half-step Divine Lord's attack was equivalent to a half-step Divine Lord's ultimate technique. It was different from a body-refining Divine Lord's attack. After the talisman appeared, it immediately locked onto Knight Sorrow, making him feel a chill down his spine. Run! That was Knight Sorrow's only thought. He could feel that if he was hit by the talisman, he would lose half his life even if he didn't die. It would take years for him to recover. Ha ha ha! You want to run? Do you think you can? The full power attack of a half-step Divine Lord isn't something a mid-level Divine Feather God like you can dodge. Knight Sorrow didn't hesitate at all. He activated the 7-star Berserk Light Shaking Art, adjusting his body to its peak condition in order to dodge this attack. Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin both smiled cruelly when they saw Yi Shang running away like a madman. In their opinion, although they had used a life-saving talisman, killing a strong enemy was still beneficial for their trip to the cave. What they didn't know was that there were far more invincible feather gods than they had imagined. Moreover, it wasn't just one or two. Brother Yi. Be careful. Seeing Knight Sorrow crazily flee, Yun Tianyi felt his heart skip a beat. The aura of a half-step Divine Lord's all-out attack was so great that it caused his mind to tremble. While reminding Knight Sorrow, Yun Tianyi didn't hesitate at all. She used a secret technique that had a huge backlash and fled the scene. There was no doubt that she would die if she faced Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin alone. She had no choice but to flee. Damn it! That piece of trash Yun Tianyi got away. Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin, who had been watching Knight Sorrow, realized that Yun Tianyi had used a secret technique to escape. It was already too late for them to chase after her. Ji Hao cursed angrily. Leng Ningxin smiled coldly and said, "You said it yourself. He's just a piece of trash. It doesn't matter whether he escapes or not. Let's just watch the show. That's true. Even if he meets Yun Tianyi 200 times, he won't be able to defeat her. Ji Hao nodded and continued watching the divine talisman chase after Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow, who had activated the 7-star Berserk Light Shaking Art, used the Vanishing Shadow Void Escape Art to escape at an astonishing speed. However, there were countless arrays nearby. Although he had the help of the Mirage Dragon's Eye, his speed was still affected. He couldn't maintain his top speed all the time. Soon, the divine talisman with a terrifying aura was closing in on him. Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin, who were watching from afar, laughed out loud. They were looking forward to seeing Night Sorrow being destroyed by the divine talisman. I can't take it head-on. Why don't I hide in the array set up by the Divine Lord and use the array to consume some of the divine talisman's power? Night Sorrow, who was running for his life, realized that he couldn't escape. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He used the Mirage Dragon's Eye to find a path and went into the maze that Ji Hao and the others had just come out of. Boom! With a loud sound, the divine talisman heavily bombarded the array. It blasted a huge hole in the labyrinth formation that had astonishing defensive power. The divine talisman, which had lost most of its power, continued to chase after Night Sorrow, but it wasn't as powerful as before. After using the 7-star Violent Light Shaking Art, Night Sorrow adjusted himself to his strongest state. He no longer tried to dodge. He used the Samsara Halberd and unleashed the Samsara Strike, slamming it against the divine talisman. In an instant, the divine talisman was destroyed. Night Sorrow and the Samsara Halberd didn't suffer much damage. The maze had a huge hole. Night Sorrow flew out of the maze to seek revenge on Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin. Run! Run! Use your secret techniques. Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin, who hadn't killed Night Sorrow even after using their trump cards, were scared out of their wits when they saw that Night Sorrow was fine. They didn't dare to stay any longer and used their secret techniques to escape. You're lucky. I'll kill you the next time I see you. With the help of the Sea Serpent Eye, Night Sorrow could catch up with Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin. However, he found that Yun Tianyi was in a bad condition and immediately chased after her. The unlucky Yun Tianyi was teleported into the territory of a group of bear-shaped skeletal puppets. These puppets were all low-level high gods. Yun Tianyi had used her secret technique and suffered a great backlash. She couldn't resist at all. Fortunately, Night Sorrow had hurried over at this moment. Taking advantage of the fact that the 7-star Berserk had yet to dissipate, he unleashed his might and smashed all of the skeletal puppets to death. Brother Yi, it's you who saved me again. I don't know what to say. I'll follow you in the future. If it weren't for Night Sorrow, Yun Tianyi would have been killed in the Zhenyuan Divine Lord's cave. As an expert on the Feather God list, he wasn't used to this kind of situation. Night Sorrow patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You don't have to follow me. Protect Haibei City well in the future. Brother Yi, don't worry. I, Yun Tianyi, am rooted in Haibei City. Even if I die in battle, I won't abandon this city. One day, I'll restore it to its former glory." After the rise of the divine King Wuxin, Haibei City had been suppressed very badly. This caused everyone in the Dark Alliance to hold their breaths, especially Yun Tianyi, whose father was suppressed by Langqi Mountain. I believe in you. You'll do it sooner or later. This is a divine soul recovery pill. Take it quickly and recover. After Yun Tianyi suffered a backlash, Night Sorrow, who had taken 2 divine soul recovery pills, handed one to him to help him recover quickly. Thank you, Brother Yi. By the way, I haven't asked about your background. Where are you from, Brother Yi? Yun Tianyi asked as the two of them were recovering and weren't in a hurry. At this point, he had gone through life and death with Night Sorrow. He wasn't as distant as before, so he blurted out these words. I'm from the lower realm. I just ascended to the God realm not long ago. The place where I ascended was near Haibei City. I haven't been to other areas yet. Night Sorrow didn't hold back and slowly revealed his background. You're an ascender. Yun Tianyi was surprised to hear Night Sorrow's words. He said, no wonder Brother Yi has the power of virtue protecting him. It seems like he's from the lower realm. Are there other ascenders in the God realm? Night Sorrow, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and adjusting his state, asked curiously. Chapter 2500. Yes. Of course. Ascenders who come to the God realm usually rise very quickly, and many of them make a name for themselves. The strongest person in the God realm now, Sovereign Tianyi, is from the lower realm. After saying this, Yun Tianyi smiled and said, maybe Brother Yi can also become a sovereign in the future. When that happens, I, Yun Tianyi, can do whatever I want in the God realm. The sovereign position? I hope so. It was a little far from that level, but Night Sorrow's mind was very firm, and he felt that nothing was impossible. He asked, can you introduce me to the sovereigns of the God realm? Of course. While recovering, Yun Tianyi said, currently, there are a total of 7 known sovereigns in the God realm. They are Sovereign Tianyi, Sovereign Clear Sound, Sovereign Buddha, Sovereign Illustrious, Sovereign Dark Moon, Sovereign All Heaven, and 7 Star. Now, most of the God realm is under their control. As for whether there are other sovereigns, I'm not sure. These sovereigns have varying reputations. After that, Yun Tianyi talked about the reputations of the 7 sovereigns, so that Night Sorrow had a certain understanding. As for the Divine King, who was under the 7 sovereigns, Yun Tianyi couldn't be familiar with him, so he didn't mention this matter. Now that he knew that Night Sorrow was an ascender, he had no background at all. Yun Tianyi then talked about some famous sects in the God realm. The strongest person in some sects was the Divine King, and some were even taken care of by the sovereigns. He suggested that Night Sorrow join such a powerful sect, make a name for himself, and be taken care of by the sect. After all, the God realm was very big, and there were many strong people. If one didn't have a background, it wouldn't be easy even if they were talented. I will seriously consider this matter. Hearing Yun Tianyi's suggestion, Night Sorrow nodded seriously. For someone like him who didn't have a background, this might be the best choice. Otherwise, if he offended the Divine Lord or the Divine King, he could easily be killed. Sects were different from God's domain. Night Sorrow could accept joining a sect and learning from a master. However, joining God's domain and becoming someone's subordinate was something he would never consider. If he were to join a sect, he would be able to receive the care of experts and find a peaceful place for his family. This was something he did not have the ability to do. If Brother Yi doesn't mind, I can recommend you to join my. As Yun Tianyi spoke up to this point, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise and said, I seem to feel something calling out to me. My heart is throbbing non-stop. Could it be a demonic spell? Night Sorrow, who had completely recovered, asked doubtfully. It doesn't look like it. I feel like my blood is surging, as if I'm being summoned by something familiar. Yun Tianyi got up. Guided by her inner feelings, she kept walking forward. Be careful. Night Sorrow, who was following behind Yun Tianyi, used the sea serpent's eye to observe the path he was taking. The two of them traveled more than 1,500 kilometers together and killed 2 lower-level high god skeletal puppets. I can feel it. The thing that led me here is in the grave. After traveling another 250 kilometers, Yun Tianyi finally stopped. In front of him was a very inconspicuous grave. The aura in the grave is very peaceful. There's no danger. It should be an opportunity. Night Sorrow observed with the sea serpent's eye and didn't sense any dangerous aura. Since it's an opportunity, I'll give it to Brother Yi. It's also a way to repay you for saving my life. Yun Tianyi's heart kept throbbing, but she didn't make a move. She was prepared to give the opportunity to Night Sorrow. In response, Night Sorrow smiled and refused. This belongs to you. I won't steal a friend's opportunity. Hearing this, Yun Tianyi wanted to say something, but a nearly transparent soul suddenly floated out of the grave. This soul looked somewhat similar to Yun Tianyi, but it had a beard and looked much calmer. Your grandpa. Seeing this soul, Yun Tianyi's voice immediately trembled. Yun Changhe had gone missing when Yun Tianyi was very young. The Yun family thought that he had been subdued by someone. They didn't expect him to appear here, and he was already in a soul state. Obviously, he had fallen. Tianyi, it's me. Yun Changhe's soul shadow revealed a smile. He handed him a drop of crystal clear blood essence and said, "This is the blood essence of our Yun family. It came from the Divine King. Now, Grandpa will give it to you. From now on, you're the new patriarch of the Yun family." "Grandpa, how did you fall here? How can I save you?" Yun Tianyi, who didn't reach out to take the blood essence, knelt on the ground and asked in a trembling voice. "Back then, when Grandpa had just broken through to the invincible divine feather realm, I was chased by people from Langqi Mountain. By chance, I escaped here. I didn't expect to fall here. Grandpa's soul wasn't destroyed to be resurrected, but to stay here and wait for the descendants of our Yun family. Now that I've given you the blood essence, Grandpa can die in peace." Yun Changhe's soul phantom was very weak and was about to dissipate. It wasn't that he didn't want to be resurrected, but there was no time to wait for a turn of events. "Child, tell Grandpa about your family's situation." Yun Tianyi was a little sad. Yun Changhe said with a smile. He wanted to hear about his family's situation in his last moments. Grandpa, Yun Tianyi, who knew that it was impossible to save Yun Changhe, couldn't help but cry. Choking with sobs, she told Grandpa about the current situation of the Yun family. She swore, "Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely save Father. Good child, Grandpa knows that you're filial." However, with our Yun family's ability, going against the divine King Wuxin is undoubtedly a dead end. Yun Changhe sighed and said, "Grandpa suggests that you take the Yun family out of Haibei City, out of the Wuxin divine domain, and even out of the territory ruled by the Dark Moon. Find another way to develop." "Grandpa, I can move my family out of the Wuxin divine domain, but I'll never leave." If it wasn't for Wuxin's suppression, Yun Changhe wouldn't have fallen in the Zhenyuan Divine Lord's cave, and his father wouldn't have been suppressed. Yun Tianyi's hatred for Wuxin had become his motivation to become stronger. Sigh. If that's the case, you should absorb the blood essence well and quickly break through to the High God realm, or even the Divine Lord realm. Yun Changhe wanted to continue to persuade and say a few words to Night Sorrow, but his soul phantom couldn't hold on any longer. After saying that, it completely disappeared. Seeing her grandfather's soul disappearing before her eyes, Yun Tianyi, who was holding the blood essence in her hand, burst into tears. "My condolences. If you don't want the Yun family to live in Wuxin's shadow forever, the only thing you need to do is to become stronger, so strong that you can go against Wuxin." Yun Tianyi cried very sadly. Night Sorrow, who also cherished his family, could empathize with her. After a moment of silence, he spoke to persuade her. "Yes. I must quickly become stronger and not let my family continue to be oppressed. Wuxin, I'll definitely kill you with my own hands." Hearing the persuasion, Yun Tianyi wiped her tears and sat on the ground, absorbing the Divine King's blood essence in her palm. "Don't do it here," Night Sorrow wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Chapter 2501. Soon, Yun Tianyi, who had absorbed the Divine King's blood essence, emitted a thick blood aura. This was clearly too rash. Because the blood aura was too exuberant, the aura that soared into the sky could not be concealed at all. In an instant, the entire plain was alarmed. Not long after, a group of cultivators was attracted. It was Qing Qingzi, Ming Zhu, and Huang Lai and Yun Sangping, who were ranked 41st and 48th respectively. They had just come out of a trapping array when they immediately discovered the blood aura that soared into the sky. "It seems like someone is absorbing the blood essence. Let's hurry over and take a look. If the opponent isn't strong, we'll directly snatch it." Standing thousands of miles away, Huang Lai noticed the scene of blood light soaring into the sky and brought the others closer. When they were still 1,500 miles away, they saw Yun Tianyi absorbing the blood essence, and only Night Sorrow was protecting her. Huang Lai immediately said excitedly, "This is the Divine King's blood essence. If we can snatch it, there is hope for the future Divine King. Let's go." To the invincible feather god, there were not many things that could interest him. The Divine King's blood essence was clearly one of them. "Young sect master, don't be rash. Think about it, when we were at the top of the mountain just now, we saw the two of them being chased by Yan Jianan and the others. Now that they are here intact, it proves that their strength is very likely not inferior to Yan Jianan and the others. Yun Tianyi's strength is not considered strong, which means that Night Sorrow is definitely not easy to deal with." Seeing that Huang Lai was about to make a move, Qing Qingzi hurriedly advised. Hearing this, Huang Lai stopped and nodded. There is indeed such a possibility. Qing Qingzi continued, "Moreover, Night Sorrow is the virtuous feather god. If the person who deals with him succeeds, it will be good as they will obtain his providence. If they don't succeed, they will be plagued with bad luck. It is not something that ordinary cultivators can withstand. Sangping, what do you think?" Huang Lai felt that Qing Qingzi's words made sense. He looked at Yun Sangping, wanting to ask him what he meant. In fact, the Divine King's blood essence was too tempting for him. He was really unwilling to give it up. "If we were outside, I would choose to make a move." However, there were too many variables in the Divine Lord Jinyuan's cave dwelling. Rather than snatching it, it was better to help them. Night Sorrow is the feather god of merit. If you help him, you might get some good luck. Yun Sangping pondered for a moment and voiced his opinion. His strength was about the same as Huang Lai's, but he had always been willing to be a supporting character. However, the two of them had worked together for many years, and most of the time, he was the one who came up with the ideas. That does make sense. The virtuous feather god is indeed very strange. Most people who oppose him don't have a good ending. Ming Ju, who had been silent all this while, chimed in. That's right. If we act rashly, I'm afraid the gains will not make up for the losses. At this moment, Qing Mingzi recalled the conflict between Night Sorrow and the Jubao Pavilion. He immediately understood that Night Sorrow definitely hadn't lowered his head to Feng Shaoyun. Since that's what you all think, let's go over and help. At the very least, I won't be his enemy in the cave. Huang Lai, who listened to everyone's opinion, nodded. While they were discussing this matter, Yun Tianyi's soaring blood qi had already attracted 3 skeleton puppets. These skeletons were quickly killed by Night Sorrow. Facing these skeletons, Night Sorrow was extremely fierce. He didn't want to drag things out and affect Yun Tianyi negatively. Seeing that Night Sorrow didn't hold back and easily killed these skeletons, Huang Lai and the others were even more certain of their thoughts. When they were close to Qianli, Qing Mingzi transmitted his voice to Night Sorrow, "Master Night Sorrow, we're here to help. We want to form good karma. If you want to form good karma, stop immediately." Seeing that Huang Lai, Yun Sangping, and the others were getting closer and closer, Night Sorrow immediately stopped them. "Alright, we'll help you clean up the skeletons attracted by Yun Tianyi outside. If there are cultivators coveting it, we won't stand by and do nothing." Qing Mingzi, who received Huang Lai's instructions, continued to communicate with Night Sorrow. "If you can do as you say, I'll be very grateful." The skeleton puppets seemed to be very sensitive to the blood qi and kept rushing over. If there were people helping, Night Sorrow's pressure would be reduced by a lot. After he replied, he continued to fight the skeleton puppets that surrounded him. As time passed, more and more skeleton puppets were attracted by the blood qi. Although Night Sorrow was powerful, he couldn't handle it all. Now's the time. Help! Huang Lai and the others, who had waited for an opportunity, fought with the skeleton puppets outside, immediately alleviating the pressure on Night Sorrow. During the battle, they stayed outside and didn't get close to Yun Tianyi. After fighting fiercely with the skeleton puppets for a while, Night Sorrow, Huang Lai, and Yun Sangping gradually formed a tacit understanding. They formed a triangle and surrounded Yun Tianyi. Mingzhu and Qing Mingzi supported them. They were still a bit weak. The situation was stabilized for the time being. Occasionally, an upper god skeleton puppet would appear, and Night Sorrow, Huang Lai, and the others would work together to kill it. Yun Tianyi's blood qi became denser and denser. He kept absorbing the Divine King's blood, making his aura stronger and stronger. There was no doubt that when he finished absorbing the blood qi, his strength would increase qualitatively. At the same time, the Divine King's blood qi that was being absorbed shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yun Tianyi should be able to finish absorbing it soon. Thank you so much for this time. Night Sorrow, who was taking a short breather, saw the Divine King's blood qi being absorbed quickly and expressed his gratitude. This time, without Huang Lai and the others' help, he might not have been able to hold on. After that, the number of skeletons attracted by the blood qi decreased, and their strength increased. However, even if there were upper god skeletons, Night Sorrow, Huang Lai, and the others could still work together to kill them, so there wasn't much pressure on them. At this time, Yun Tianyi's absorption was coming to an end. There was only a tiny bit of the Divine King's blood qi left. He estimated that in less than 2 hours, he would finish absorbing it. But at this time, Yishang saw a half-step Divine Lord Bone Ape in the distance, shaking the heavens as it hurried over. This skeleton ape was very large, at least 1,000 feet tall. With every step it took, the ground would tremble, intimidating the other skeleton puppets so much that they didn't dare to move. It was clear that it was the absolute king of this area. A half-step Divine Lord Skeleton Ape. What do we do? It's not something we can kill. Seeing the half-step Divine Lord Skeleton Ape approach step by step, Huang Lai and the others sucked in a cold breath. They didn't have any experience facing a half-step Divine Lord, and they were already panicking before the battle even began. Everyone, I will tie down this skeleton ape. Help me look after Yun Tianyi. If the situation turns bad, you can take the initiative to run away. No matter what, I, Night Sorrow, will remember today's matter. The situation was critical. The good news was that after the half-step Divine Lord Skeleton Ape appeared, the other skeleton puppets didn't dare to move. Moreover, with Yun Tianyi absorbed here, it was meaningless for Huang Lai and the others to try and snatch it away. However, it was unrealistic for Huang Lai and the others to face the half-step Divine Lord Skeleton Ape. It was already good enough that they were willing to help, it was impossible for them to risk their lives. Chapter 2502. The half-step god lords that Night Sorrow had faced in the past were all lacking in strength. Whether it was the dark creatures in the darkness domain or the soul-devouring beast in the cave abode, they all had significant flaws. Although the bone ape in front of him was a skeleton puppet, it was a true half-step god lord. Whether it was the power of its soul or divine origin energy, it had been cultivated to perfection and was very strong. Facing such an opponent, Night Sorrow immediately activated Essence Chi Smoke, Star's hegemonic body, and used Virtue Power and 7-star Berserk Alcade. He adjusted himself to his best state and charged forward. He had the Sea Serpent Eye and could see through some of the surrounding arrays. He was prepared to use the arrays to do something. Raging Flame subdues demons. Night Sorrow, who had soared into the air, was still far away from the bone ape when he used Raging Flame subdues demons to block its path and prevent it from charging at Yun Tianyi. Awoo! The indomitable bone ape was immediately enraged when it was blocked by the vigorous flames. It roared at the sky and chased after Night Sorrow. What strength! Night Sorrow, who had lured the bone ape away, was chased by it. He immediately felt as if his soul was being locked on. The bone ape's soul was clearly at the half-step god lord level. It was not something that he could fight against. He definitely could not escape if he tried to escape like this. Night Sorrow dove into an array set up by God Lord Jin Yuan to block the bone ape's attack, just like when he faced the half-step god lord Divine Talisman. Boom! The bone ape, who had caught up, swung the giant spiked club in its hand and slammed it into the array. The spiked club was surrounded by a blue light. This was the bone ape's divine origin energy. When it hit the array's barrier, it immediately pierced through it. After piercing through the array's barrier, the spiked club went straight for Night Sorrow. What a powerful aura! Night Sorrow wanted to take this attack head-on, but he gave up on this idea for the sake of the overall situation. He used the Void Vanishing Shadow to quickly dodge this attack. Human Cultivator. Die. Not only did the Bone Ape fail to hit Night Sorrow, but it also suffered a backlash from the formation. It immediately flew into a rage and shouted the word, die. Although it was a puppet, it had a certain level of intelligence and was different from the other puppets in the cave. At the same time, it spat out a mouthful of icy blue flames, which covered the entire formation. Night Sorrow, who was in the middle of the formation, had no way of escaping the blue flames that spread for thousands of miles. He was directly burned. However, the Azure Phoenix battle armor was refined by Jing Yun. It was innately impervious to flames. In fact, it could even absorb the flames to heal the injuries caused by the Mirage Sphere. Roar! The Bone Ape's blue flames had been nurtured by absorbing the essence of the cave abode over several reincarnations. Not only did it not injure Night Sorrow, but it was also continuously absorbed by the Blue Phoenix battle armor. This made it even more furious. He leaped into the air and used his ultimate skill, Golden Ape Suppression. This move was an ultimate skill that the Bone Ape had mastered when it was alive. After it was refined into a puppet, it inherited it. After using it, its body emitted a blinding golden light. As this golden light spread out, it enveloped Night Sorrow along with its divine domain. Night Sorrow, who was suppressed by the Bone Ape's divine domain, could not circulate his divine Yuan force smoothly. This feeling was very uncomfortable, as if he had fallen into a quagmire. Is this the strength of a true half-step divine lord? It is indeed difficult to deal with. The difference in strength between the two was huge. Their divine domains were not on the same level. After circulating his power of virtue, Night Sorrow felt slightly better. He guessed that this Bone Ape should be the limit of what he could face. If it was any stronger, his power of virtue would not be effective. Awoo! After using its divine domain to envelop Night Sorrow, the Bone Ape suddenly jumped down from the sky and directly stomped on Night Sorrow's position. This move was obviously more powerful than the mace from before. Night Sorrow, who had just regained his freedom of movement, knew that he could not take it head-on. He used Vanishing Shadow Void Escape and hid in an illusory array set up by Divine Lord Jin Yuan. Boom! Just as Night Sorrow hid in the illusory array, the Bone Ape, whose ferocious nature was completely unleashed, stomped down. The first stomp from the sky shattered the defense of the illusory array. The second stomp was aimed at Night Sorrow. Come on! Samsara Strike! The Bone Ape's attack was extremely ferocious. Although it looked like a golden body attack, it actually contained the suppression of a divine domain. Night Sorrow, who could not dodge in time, could only choose to take it head-on. He used the Samsara Halberd to strike the Samsara Strike into the sky. After being hit by the Samsara Strike, the Bone Ape's aura was slightly weakened. However, it did not stop and stomped down, causing the entire illusory array to sink more than 500 miles. With this stomp, Night Sorrow is likely to die. Our good karma can't be formed. Huang Lai, who was watching from afar, was unhappy when he saw Night Sorrow get stomped by the Bone Ape. He felt that it was a waste of energy. Furthermore, the current Yun Tianyi basically already finished absorbing the Divine King blood essence. There was no meaning in him snatching it either. Hence, he opened his mouth and said, "This half-step Divine Lord Realm Bone Ape strength is too strong. It's not what we can contend with. Everyone, hurry up and escape together with me. Okay, let's go straight to the Blue Stone Palace. This Bone Ape's next target is definitely Yun Tianyi. We should have a high chance of escaping. Let's go." Yun Sumping immediately agreed. The Bone Ape was too ferocious. He did not want to stay for even a moment. Qing Mingzi and Ming Ju were also very afraid. They followed behind Huang Lai and Yun Sumping and fled in the direction of the Blue Stone Palace. Just as Yun Sumping had predicted, after the bone ape attacked Night Sorrow, it immediately turned back and rushed towards the place where Yun Tianyi was absorbing the Divine King's blood essence. The Divine King's blood essence was very attractive to the bone ape. If it could successfully snatch it away, it was very likely that it would rise to the Divine Lord realm. Roar! Yun Tianyi's blood energy surged. He was still absorbing the blood essence of his ancestor, the Divine King, but there was no one around him to protect him. The bone ape approached and grabbed at Yun Tianyi, wanting to swallow him along with the blood essence. Bastard, how dare you covet the blood essence of the Divine King? Scram! Just as the bone ape was about to grab Yun Tianyi, a phantom rushed out of his body and sent the bone ape flying with a palm strike. The bone ape, whose arm had been shattered by this palm strike, immediately fled in fright. Although the strength of the phantom that attacked it was at the Divine Lord realm, its aura was indeed at the Divine King realm. The bone ape did not dare to face it. At this moment, Yun Tianyi slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the phantom in front of him, he immediately asked in shock, "You are the ancestor, the Divine King of the Cloud Wilderness?" "Yes. However, we can talk about this later. The attack just now drained me too much. I need to recover." The imposing phantom nodded and pointed at the place where Night Sorrow was stepped on by the bone ape. "The people of the Yun clan need to repay kindness. Just now, your friend took a hit from the half-step Divine Lord Bone Ape in order to save you. We don't know if he's dead or alive. Quickly go and find him." With that, he flew back into Yun Tianyi's body. Clearly, he was different from Yun Changhe. He was not at the end of his life yet. "Brother Yi, nothing must happen to you." Chapter 2503. However, when Yun Tianyi entered the broken illusory array, she only saw a huge footprint and did not find Night Sorrow. She did not find him at all. When Yun Tianyi realized that he had recklessly absorbed the blood essence of a god king and even attracted the attention of a half-step Divine Lord Bone Ape, he was extremely vexed. In the pit that the bone ape had created, he continuously swung his sword to vent his anger. In the end, she could not find any clues. She walked towards the green stone palace to see if Night Sorrow had gone there. It hurts. At this time, Night Sorrow was in a dark sealed space. He slowly opened his eyes. The moment he woke up, Night Sorrow felt a tearing pain all over his body. It was as if every bone in his body had been broken. The half-step Divine Lord Skeletal Ape's stomp had almost crushed him. "Where is this? Why am I here?" Night Sorrow's body was in pain. His body was severely injured, but his spirit sea was not injured. He used his spirit power to explore his surroundings. After exploring, Night Sorrow discovered that he was in a square sealed space. It was empty except for him and the Samsara halberd. He reached for the medicine bottle on his belt. He wanted to take some pills to heal his injuries, but he found that the medicine bottle had all been crushed. Even the spirit recovery pill could not be found. "Without pills, I can only recover slowly. I wonder how Yun Tianyi is now." Night Sorrow, who struggled to get up, sat down on the ground and began to heal his body. After being stepped on by the skeletal ape, he fainted. When he woke up, he was in this place. He did not know the cause and effect. He prepared to completely heal his body and used the Samsara halberd to attack the walls of the sealed space. This was the only way he could think of to escape. After spending 2 years, Night Sorrow's body had completely healed. This time, his body was completely broken and rebuilt. After recovering, it was much stronger. Samsara strike. Forbidden spear. Raging flames demon subduing. After his body had completely healed, Night Sorrow continuously attacked the walls of the sealed space. He used the Samsara halberd to bombard it from top to bottom, left to right, but to no avail. "Am I going to be trapped here forever?" No, absolutely not. There were still many things waiting for him to do. How could Night Sorrow be willing to be trapped here? He activated the Vital Essence smoke signal, the star's tyrant body, and the power of merit to bombard the barrier again. However, the result was that he still couldn't shake the barrier of the sealed space. What's going on? Could this be a cage in the cave? Is it specially used to imprison cultivators? As a feather god who could go anywhere, Night Sorrow felt very depressed being locked up in such a confined space. Since he did not gain anything from using brute force, he used his left eye to absorb the divine essence energy. He activated the sea serpent's eye and carefully observed this sealed space. There are formation patterns. After activating the sea serpent's eye, Night Sorrow immediately saw a complete array formation diagram on the barrier of the sealed space. Compared to what he had seen from the gravel in the passageway and the stones in the hall, the formation patterns were much clearer. Divine Essence Dragon Locking Array. It can use the Divine Essence energy to form an array with a thought and lock the opponent in the array. It is divided into the Feather God level, the High God level, and the Divine Lord level. Seeing the description of the array formation, Night Sorrow immediately became excited. When he was fighting now, his methods were relatively simple. If he could master this array formation, it would definitely become a trump card. This array formation was obviously more useful than ordinary ultimate arts. When used, it could imprison the opponent or even directly seal them. Learn. I have to learn this. This array formation was very useful, and Night Sorrow felt that if he learned it, he might have a chance to break out of the sealed space. He immediately used the sea serpent's eye to carefully observe the composition of the array formation. Night Sorrow's comprehension was originally very high, and he had drunk a lot of enlightenment wine in the Endless Bone region. When learning the Divine Essence Dragon Locking Array, his progress was rather fast. In less than a year, he could use the Divine Essence energy to set up the Feather God level Divine Essence Dragon Locking Array. Open. After learning the Divine Essence Dragon Locking Array, Night Sorrow immediately saw the door to the sealed space and used the Divine Essence energy to directly disperse it. The sealed space shattered, and he appeared in a core world full of lava. Very good, among the cultivators who entered the cave abode, your comprehension is indeed the highest. The Divine Essence Dragon Locking Array has a successor, so I can go in peace. What appeared in front of Night Sorrow was a phantom of Divine Lord Jinyuan. He said a sentence and dissipated between heaven and earth. Divine Lord. When Night Sorrow saw Divine Lord Jinyuan's phantom, he immediately called out, but it was already too late. At the same time the phantom disappeared, a sentence sounded in his ear: if you want to enter the Green Stone Palace, you have to kill the half-step Divine Lord Realm Bone Ape and obtain the key to open the palace. If you want to obtain the opportunity, hurry and think of a way. Without waiting for Night Sorrow to react, he had already returned to the deep pit created by the Bone Ape. In a flash, more than 3 years have passed. I wonder if Yuntiani is still alive. After being trampled, he had directly appeared in the Divine Essence Dragon Locking Array. Now that he had returned, Night Sorrow did not know about Yuntiani's situation. Divine Lord Jinyuan's phantom had said that to enter the Green Stone Palace, one had to first kill the half-step Divine Lord Realm Bone Ape. This meant that in order to obtain the letter, Night Sorrow had to destroy that colossus. With his strength, it was impossible for him to do so. He could only think of a way to find helpers. Moreover, it was basically impossible for others to kill the Bone Ape. They could not enter the Green Stone Palace, so they should be searching for opportunities nearby. After walking out of the illusion array, Night Sorrow came to the place where Yuntiani had absorbed the Divine King's blood essence. He used the sea serpent's eye to observe for a while and returned to the illusion array to take a closer look. He discovered many sword marks and confirmed that Yuntiani was not dead at that time. Therefore, he began searching the plains. However, after searching for more than half a month, Night Sorrow did not encounter Yuntiani, Huang Lai, or the others. Fortunately, he headed in the direction of the Green Stone Palace. There are sounds of fighting. I finally see people. After traveling for 5 days in the direction of the Bluestone Palace, Night Sorrow killed quite a few skeletal puppets. Finally, at noon, they heard the sounds of cultivators fighting in an ancient forest that stretched up to the sky. Night Sorrow flew out of the ancient forest and immediately rushed in the direction of the sounds of fighting. Soon, he saw the two sides fighting beside a lake that occupied an area of about 100 miles. In the center of the lake, there were two women fighting. One of them was wearing a red palace dress and holding a blood-red silk. At this moment, she had the upper hand and was constantly attacking. The one she was suppressing was a beautiful woman who was completely naked. The woman was tall and curvy, and her body was covered with sparkling and translucent water droplets. It was obvious that she had suffered a sneak attack while bathing in the lake, causing her to be unarmed and naked. Being suppressed, her face was flushed red. Clearly, she was embarrassed and angry. She wanted to return to the shore to retrieve her clothes and divine artifact, but she was suppressed to the point that she had no chance at all. See no evil. See no evil. Seeing this scene, Night Sorrow immediately retreated in embarrassment and prepared to change his path. Chapter 2504. Qinqiuyue, you're courting death. Today, I, Yao Shi, will kill you. Hearing Qinqiuyue's evil teasing, Yao Shi, who was ranked 9th on the Feather God list with Qinqiuyue and was known as one of the two beauties of the Feather God realm in the Dark Moon's Dominator region, became completely cold. A male cultivator appeared. Yao Shi condensed her divine essence and turned it into a light blue protective mist. Her whole body seemed to be covered in a layer of mist. This had some impact on her strength, but she had no other choice. At the same time, she struck several hand blades made of divine essence in Qinqiuyue's direction. Ha, we've been fighting for more than a year or two. When have we not been evenly matched? Otherwise, we wouldn't be ranked 9th on the Feather God list. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. Facing Yao Shi's hand blades, Qinqiuyue easily used the red armillary sash in her hand to shatter them. She pretended to look in Night Sorrow's direction and teased, "Look at that male cultivator, his eyes are fixed on you. It seems that our fairy Yao Shi is quite something. What the hell is he looking at?" Hearing this, Night Sorrow, who had already turned around and ran away, muttered speechlessly. He didn't have the hobby of peeking, so he chose to leave immediately. You deserve to die. Being teased like this, Yao Shi attacked again in shame and anger, but she was completely naked. She didn't have a defensive robe or a divine artifact, and her mind was in a mess. How could she have the upper hand? She was quickly suppressed again. She wanted to go back to the shore and put on her clothes, but she didn't have the chance. After all, in her normal state, she was only on par with Qinqiuyue every time. It was normal for her to be at a disadvantage now. At this time, she felt helpless in her shame and anger. Hee, I'm not sure if I'll die or not, but you'll definitely be more famous in the Dark Moon Dominator's area. Qinqiuyue took the initiative and teased Yao Shi. Then, she waved her hand and shot a flame toward Yao Shi's clothes. Humph. My robe is a taboo divine tier magic robe. Do you think you can destroy it with your nondescript flames? Yao Shi, who was extremely confident in the robe, ignored Qinqiuyue's flames and attacked her again. She wanted to use this opportunity to suppress her and find an opportunity to get closer to the robe and the divine artifact. Ha, who said I wanted to burn your clothes? If Fairy Yao Shi's undergarment were to be auctioned, TSK, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. When Qinqiuyue saw that Yao Shi had not been able to disperse the flames she had conjured, a triumphant smile appeared on her face. The flame she shot out suddenly turned into a goshawk. It picked up Yao Shi's white silk bellyband and quickly flew into the sky. You're shameless. Seeing her bellyband being taken away, Yao Shi was so angry that her face turned ashen. At this time, she was blocked by Qinqiuyue and couldn't catch up. She could only watch as the goshawk flew away. After thinking for a while, Yao Shi, who had no other choice, sent a voice transmission to Night Sorrow. Friend, please take my clothes back from the goshawk. I, Yao Shi, am a grateful person. I will remember your favor this time. Night Sorrow, who didn't expect Yao Shi to send a voice transmission to him, was already some distance away. Hearing Yao Shi's voice transmission, he suddenly had an idea. This Yao Shi is an expert ranked 9th on the God of Feathers list. If she helps, it will be much easier for me to kill the bone ape. Gu Yu, a half-step divine lord, wasn't someone he could deal with alone. With an additional helper, he had a higher chance of killing the bone ape. Thinking of this, Night Sorrow replied, "Okay, I can help you get your clothes back. But the condition is that you help me once. What do you think?" Yan Jiannan, ranked 27th on the God of Feathers list, was quite strong. He guessed that the 9th-ranked Yao Shi's strength must be terrifying. She might even be stronger than him. "I can promise you that. But I won't help the evildoer do something shameless for you." Yao Shi, who was confronting Qin Chuyue, immediately agreed without hesitation. She knew that if she didn't agree, the bellyband would disappear. "It's a deal." After receiving Yao Shi's affirmation, Night Sorrow immediately used the Void Vanishing Shadow Escape and chased after the Fire Hawk. This Fire Hawk was casually created by Qin Chuyue. It wasn't very fast, and it didn't have much fighting strength. Soon, he caught up to the Fire Hawk and took back Yao Shi's white bellyband. "Oh, weren't you being quite honest just now?" After Night Sorrow took the bellyband, Qin Chuyue teased her. Yao Shi, who knew that Night Sorrow was helping her, was so angry that her face turned purple. "I've taken your things. How can I return them to you?" Night Sorrow, who had snatched the bellyband, immediately sent a sound transmission to Yao Shi. Yao Shi, who received the sound transmission, helplessly replied, "Wait a moment. I'll see if I can find a way to shake Qin Chuyue off." After saying this, Yao Shi used a secret technique to shake off Qin Chuyue, but she still didn't succeed. "If I help you control her and let you successfully put on your clothes and take back the divine artifact, can you help me get something from this trip to the cave residence?" Seeing that Yao Shi couldn't shake off Qin Chuyue, Night Sorrow, who was about 1,000 miles away, sent another sound transmission. He felt that if he could get Yao Shi's help, his chances of getting the letter from the Divine Lord of Jinyuan would be much higher. You want to stop Qin Chuyue with the strength of a mid-level divine feather? You have to know that she's an expert ranked in the top 10 of the divine feather list. She can destroy your divine soul with a casual strike. Hearing Night Sorrow's words, Yao Shi was clearly tempted. However, she didn't believe that Night Sorrow had the ability to stop Qin Chuyue. After all, she and Qin Chuyue were the rulers of the divine realm of the Dark Moon. They were the strongest fighters in the divine feather realm. You don't have to think about this. You just have to choose whether you agree or not. Night Sorrow wasn't confident that he could defeat an expert ranked in the top 10 of the divine feather list. However, he felt that it wouldn't be too difficult to stop her. "What do you want?" "If it's the Divine Lord of Jinyuan's soul-strengthening method, I won't agree. It's my chance to shake off Qin Chuyue." Yao Shi, who was fighting, immediately responded. Her ultimate goal in this trip to the cave residence was to obtain the soul-strengthening method of the Divine Lord of Jinyuan. Naturally, she wouldn't give in. "What I want is the letter in the deepest part of the Divine Lord of Jinyuan's cave residence," Night Sorrow explained. He then asked, "It's up to you whether you want me to help. I won't take advantage of you. Besides, if I help you, I'll be risking offending Qin Chuyue. You have to understand this. In exchange for your help, it's not too much to ask." "Alright, I'll believe you this once." Yao Shi didn't know where Night Sorrow's confidence came from, but she had no other choice. She agreed without hesitation. "Don't worry. I'll get you out of this predicament very soon." After replying to Yao Shi, Night Sorrow walked out of the forest and returned to the lakeside. Standing on the ground, he looked at Qin Chuyue, who was still fighting, and said, "Fairy Chuyue, Fairy Yao Shi has already lost all face today. Why don't you let her off? Let her put her clothes back on, and the two of you can have a fair fight. What do you think? Mid-level Divine Feather Realm Ant, who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get out of your Majesty's sight. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Chapter 2505. Her tone was full of disdain and contempt. Obviously, she thought that Night Sorrow was like a dog to her. He had no right to speak. You want my life? Chinchuyue's arrogance made Night Sorrow laugh. You can try. I want to see just how strong you are, as someone ranked in the top 10 of the Feather Gods list. He was going to persuade Chinchuyue to stop. If that failed, he would at most stop her. He didn't expect that she would look down on him like this. This immediately aroused his fighting spirit. The top 10 on the Feather God list were definitely not easy to deal with, but Night Sorrow wasn't afraid. You don't know what's good for you. Chinchuyue, who was fighting Yao Shi, threw a silver needle at Night Sorrow's face. Although this was a casual attack from Chinchuyue, it was more than enough to kill an upper-level Feather God. She thought that it would be easy to kill Night Sorrow. You want to kill me with this attack? Chinchuyue's silver needle could deal with an upper-level Feather God, but it was no threat to Night Sorrow. He caught it with 2 fingers and threw it at Chinchuyue. This attack was obviously several times stronger than Chinchuyue's. It had the strength of an invincible Feather God. Oh. You're strong. I underestimated you. Chinchuyue, who was fighting Yao Shi, used her body movement to dodge this attack. She obviously didn't expect Night Sorrow to have the strength of an invincible Feather God. Her expression changed and she threatened, "Get out of here if you know what's good for you. Your Majesty can ignore what just happened. Otherwise. No, otherwise, you're nothing in front of me. Don't put on airs with me." It would have been fine if Chinchuyue didn't threaten him. As soon as she spoke, Night Sorrow used Vital Essence Smoke and Star's hegemonic body. He also took out the Samsara halberd and slashed. In an instant, he cut through the void and went straight for Chinchuyue. You're courting death. Seeing Night Sorrow attack, Chinchuyue felt that she was being provoked. She immediately became furious and attacked him with the red armillary sash in her hand. The red armillary sash was of the same level as the Samsara halberd. They collided and ended in a tie. When Yao Shi saw that Chinchuyue and Yi Shang were engaged in battle, she immediately seized the opportunity to rush to the lakeside. In a naked battle, she was completely unable to let loose, and her battle prowess could not even reach 60%. At this moment, she realized something. Although she couldn't summon her clothes just now, she could summon her divine equipment in battle. Frosty brow. I was so angry that I made such a stupid mistake. Yao Shi had always been known as a fairy in the realm of the gods. Today, she was in such a predicament. She was obviously unstable in the battle and made such a mistake. It's impossible for you to kill me with such a powerful attack. Come, let me see what kind of strength you have, someone ranked in the top 10 of the Feather Gods list. At the same time, Night Sorrow and Chinchuyue were still fighting. Chinchuyue's attack was about the same level as Jian Nanshan's. Obviously, she was still holding back. Night Sorrow didn't even use the power of merit to block the attack. So you're in the top 30 of the God of Feathers list. After Night Sorrow blocked the attack, Chinchuyue's expression immediately became serious. She originally thought that she could kill Night Sorrow in one move. Even if Yao Shi put on her clothes, she could still escape unscathed. However, if Night Sorrow didn't die and cooperated with Yao Shi, he would be a huge threat to her. Looks like I have to use some method to kill him. Yao Shi returned to the lakeside to put on her clothes. It would probably only take a few seconds. Chinchuyue felt that she had to kill Night Sorrow before she returned to the battle. Therefore, she used a secret technique without hesitation and adjusted her divine realm to its strongest state. She threw out the red armillary sash and used an ultimate technique. Samsara Strike. In the face of Chinchuyue's attack, Night Sorrow used the power of merit and adjusted himself to his best state. He used the Samsara halberd to attack with the Samsara Strike. The golden spear light from the Samsara halberd collided with the red light from the red armillary sash. After the Samsara Strike, the aura of the red armillary sash weakened. However, Chinchuyue was ranked in the top 10 of the God of Feathers list. Although the aura of the red armillary sash weakened, it successfully entangled the samsara halberd and fixed it in the air. Then, it split into 8 parts and attacked Night Sorrow. The fixed samsara halberd immediately released flames. However, it didn't burn the red armillary sash. It didn't even burn it. Obviously, the level of the red armillary sash was higher than the flames of the samsara halberd. Night Sorrow, who couldn't retrieve the samsara halberd, could only face Chinchuyue's red armillary sash with his bare hands. Divine Essence Dragon Locking Array. It was obviously impossible to take Chinchuyue's red armillary sash head-on. At this moment, Night Sorrow used the Sea Serpent Eye to see the trajectory of the red armillary sash and Chinchuyue's location. He used his divine essence to form an array with a thought. He directly trapped Chinchuyue in the divine essence dragon locking array. After losing Chinchuyue's control, the red armillary sash's power immediately weakened. Night Sorrow easily took it. What kind of move is this? After being trapped in the divine essence dragon locking array by Night Sorrow, Chinchuyue immediately activated her divine essence, wanting to shatter the sealed space. However, the sealed space formed by the divine essence dragon locking array was undamaged. How can this be? After failing to shatter the sealed space with her divine essence, Chinchuyue immediately condensed her divine essence into her palm and continuously attacked the barrier of the divine essence dragon locking array. After being attacked continuously, the divine essence dragon locking array was quickly shaken. Speaking of which, Night Sorrow's cultivation level was still too low. He was only a middle-level feather god. His divine essence was too different from Chinchuyue's. The strength of the divine essence dragon locking array was limited. After being attacked crazily, it couldn't hold on for long. However, this time was enough. At this moment, Yaoshi had already finished dressing and flew to Night Sorrow's side. Sensing the fluctuations in the void, she knew that Night Sorrow had used some method to trap Chinchuyue inside. She looked at Night Sorrow with a hint of vigilance. Without a doubt, if Night Sorrow was a threat to Chinchuyue, he was a threat to her. At this moment, Yaoshi completely stopped looking down on Night Sorrow. She said, "Thank you for your help today. I will keep my promise and help you snatch the letter. My name is Yaoshi. I am from Tianxian School." Although she knew that the other party knew her name, Yaoshi still introduced herself. This way, they could be considered acquaintances. Yaoshi, who was neatly dressed and wearing a white feather robe, instantly regained her usual otherworldly temperament. She had a coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. "My name is Night Sorrow. I am an itinerant cultivator. I have not joined any sect or faction." Yaoshi was a little cold, but she didn't give people the feeling that she was cold and arrogant. Night Sorrow nodded in response. An itinerant cultivator with no background actually has such strength? Hearing Night Sorrow's words, Yaoshi was clearly a little surprised. She wanted to say something. Chapter 2506. She shattered the Divine Origin dragon locking formation that Night Sorrow had constructed with his Divine Origin energy. Chinchuyue, her face full of murderous intent, immediately recalled her red armillary sash across the air. Standing 150 kilometers away from Night Sorrow and Yaoshi, she coldly threatened Night Sorrow, "You'd better not be alone in the Zhenyuan Divine Lord's abode. If I find a chance, I'll definitely kill you." With Night Sorrow and Yaoshi standing together, Chinchuyue naturally wouldn't choose to fight one against two. Thoughts of retreat sprouted in her heart. In the process of fighting Night Sorrow just now, she still had many tricks up her sleeve. If they met again, she was confident that she would make him suffer. "I'll be waiting for you." Night Sorrow didn't take Chinchuyue's threat seriously at all. She might be a bit stronger than him, but the possibility of her killing him in the Zhenyuan Divine Lord's abode was next to nothing. "I didn't expect you, Fairy Yaoshi, who claims to be as pure as ice and as pure as jade, to have a lover now. We'll have plenty of time in the future." Before leaving, Chinchuyue didn't forget to tease Yaoshi. In the face of Chinchuyue's teasing, Yaoshi retorted sarcastically, "No matter what, it's better than being a nuisance like you. Let's wait and see." There was a story behind Yao Shi's words. Night Sorrow didn't understand, but Qinqiuyue understood. Her face instantly turned ugly, and she left the forest after saying that. Next, where does Fairy Yao Shi want to go? Night Sorrow immediately asked after Qinqiuyue left. Now that you've offended Qinqiuyue, with her personality, she'll definitely keep following you and looking for an opportunity to attack. I'd better stay by your side. That way, I'll be able to look after you, Yao Shi said coldly. If she is such a person, then what I want to do next will be difficult. Night Sorrow carried the heavenly Samsara halberd on his back and tidied up his robe that was messy due to the battle. He continued, according to reliable sources, in order to open the Blue Stone Palace, one must kill a half-step Divine Lord Realm Bone Ape and obtain the relevant key. I want you to help me find some helpers to kill the Bone Ape. If he offended Qinqiuyue and was targeted by her, it was very likely that he would be ambushed by her if he fought with the Bone Ape. This was very dangerous. Now, even though Night Sorrow had obtained the help of someone in the top 10 of the Feather Gods list, he had also offended someone who was as strong as her. Things had become difficult for him, and he needed to find more helpers. So this is the only way to enter the Bluestone Palace. No wonder no one could find the entrance to the palace. Hearing Night Sorrow's words, Yao Shi suddenly understood. Out of respect, she did not ask about Night Sorrow's sources. Did you see Yuntianyi in the cave? Night Sorrow asked. He knew that the people on the Feather Gods list were all relatively famous. Even though Yuntianyi was ranked 100, Yao Shi had definitely heard of him. Yuntianyi. I saw him fighting Yan Jiannan outside the Bluestone Palace. His strength seemed to have increased quite a bit, but he was no match for Yan Jiannan. He was severely injured in the battle. Yao Shi recounted what she had seen. For a period of time, many cultivators had gathered in front of the Bluestone Palace. At that time, many battles had occurred. In the end, he escaped. Night Sorrow was worried that Yuntianyi had been severely injured. After all, the two of them had entered the Zhenyuan Divine Lord's cave together. They were partners who supported each other. At that time, he didn't escape. When he was severely injured and was about to be killed by Yan Jiannan, a shadow with a powerful aura suddenly emerged from his body and injured Yan Jiannan. In that battle, the two of them were evenly matched. After the battle, they left the Bluestone Palace's main entrance one after the other, Yao Shi said faintly. It seems that the blood essence of the Divine King he absorbed is not simple. In that case, the sacrifice back then was worth it. Night Sorrow was very pleased that Yuntianyi's strength had increased. As they walked out of the forest, he asked curiously, not many people know that the Zhenyuan Divine Lord's cave has opened. How did you and Qinqiuyue get the news? A smile appeared on Yao Shi's face when she heard that. She asked, do you know why we've been staying at the Divine Feather Realm? Why? Night Sorrow naturally knew more about this matter, but he could see that Yao Shi was implying something, so he let her continue. Naturally, it's to cultivate the Feather God realm to perfection and lay a good foundation for the Divine King's path. Otherwise, with the talent of Qinqiuyue and I, we would probably be Divine Lords by now. Yao Shi explained, then continued, after cultivating to our level, it's no longer possible to rely on cultivation to increase our strength. We can only look for opportunities everywhere. The appearance of the Zhenyuan Divine Lord's cave naturally wouldn't be hidden from us. After all, many things in the divine realm can be calculated. So that's how it is. It seems that every expert on the Feather God list has the determination to break through to the Divine King or Sovereign level. I really envy experts like you who can break through to the High God realm at any time. What Yi Shan lacked the most right now was cultivation. He couldn't help but sigh. What others needed was to accumulate a foundation, but what he needed was the cultivation that others didn't care about the least. I really envy you. You're already so strong as a mid-level feather god. Yao Shi, who felt that Night Sorrow had great potential, was very envious of him. The two chatted as they walked in the direction of the Bluestone Palace. Night Sorrow decided to find Yuntianyi first, then discuss how to deal with the bone ape. Because Night Sorrow had the sea serpent's eye, they didn't accidentally enter any formations along the way. Soon, they arrived in front of the Bluestone Palace. The palace door couldn't be opened, and there was no one guarding it. When they got close, Yaoshi pointed at a blood-stained area in front of the door and said, "That's where Yun Tianyi and Yan Jianan fought. Let's go take a look and see if we can find any clues." "Yes, that's the only way." Night Sorrow nodded, then went to the area where the two fought and observed. After watching for a while, he sighed and said, "You've improved a lot. I wonder where you went." "Brother Yi, it's great to see that you're fine." Unexpectedly, just as Night Sorrow spoke, Yun Tianyi's figure appeared in the sky in the distance. He stood in the sky and saw Night Sorrow at the entrance of the palace. He immediately flew down. "Is this sister-in-law?" Yun Tianyi glanced at Yao Shi and saw a beautiful woman standing beside Night Sorrow. He immediately asked this question. After blurting out this sentence, he finally realized who it was. Wasn't this beautiful woman in front of him Yao Shi, who was ranked 9th on the Feather God list, along with Qin Chuyue? This is Yao Shi, and this is Yun Tianyi. Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi knew each other, but they didn't really know each other. Night Sorrow introduced them. He then explained, "Yao Shi and I are friends who have just met." "Oh, so that's how it is." Yun Tianyi had naturally heard of Fairy Yao Shi's name, so he didn't say anything rash. Then he said, "Brother Yi, now that we can't enter the Blue Stone Palace, what should we do?" "There is a way to enter the Blue Stone Palace, and that is to kill the half-step Divine Lord Skeletal Ape and obtain the key to open the door." Night Sorrow explained the matter of the Skeletal Ape and asked for their opinions. "I think that the three of us already have the strength to challenge the Skeletal Ape. Why don't we try it now? What do you think?" "Okay. We can take revenge on it." Hearing that there was a way to open the Blue Stone Palace, Yun Tianyi immediately became excited. His strength had increased greatly, and so had his confidence. "With our strength, we might be able to fight the Skeletal Ape, but if Qin Chuyue ambushes us, it will be very difficult." Yao Shi, on the other hand, voiced her concerns. She knew Qin Chuyue's personality very well. She was the kind of person who would never give up. "That's a problem. Why don't we?" After pondering for a moment, Night Sorrow transmitted his voice to Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi. "Okay. That works." Chapter 2507. Night Sorrow's plan was very simple. Didn't Qin Chuyue like to stick around and stalk people? Then they would set up a trap to lure her in. They would challenge the half-step Divine Lord Bone Ape and then pretend to be injured. They would then shake off the Bone Ape and escape into the array formation on the plain. Doing this would be very difficult for others. But Night Sorrow had the Divine Essence Dragon Lock Array and could temporarily restrain the Bone Ape. Moreover, he could use the Clam Dragon Eye to choose a suitable array formation. As long as the array formation was good enough to conceal its aura, they could successfully shake it off. However, he had an ulterior motive. Getting rid of the Bone Ape was not his real goal. If Qin Chuyue was secretly observing them, she would definitely choose to do something bad and lead the Bone Ape to the array formation they were in. If that happened, Qin Chuyue would be exposed. She would no longer be in the dark while Night Sorrow and the others would be in the light. "If the two of you don't have any objections, then let's do it like this." After explaining his plan, Night Sorrow sent a voice transmission to the two of them. "The play must be realistic, but make sure you don't get heavily injured. It's fine as long as it looks miserable. Once Qin Chuyue comes out, don't hesitate and immediately attack." If they wanted to kill the half-step Divine Lord Bone Ape and obtain the key to the Stone Palace, they had to deal with Qin Chuyue. Since they had decided on a plan, Night Sorrow was prepared to cut the Gordian knot and immediately take action. "Okay. I feel that although this plan is simple, Qin Chuyue will definitely fall for it." Yao Shi thought for a moment, then coldly said, "What if there are others?" In addition, the Bone Ape itself is a problem that needs to be considered. She naturally carried a trace of coldness and ethereal aura, but she was still rather easygoing. Just adapt to the situation. In this cave, I should be able to trap anyone. Night Sorrow replied confidently. His divine essence dragon lock array could indeed trap any feather god. It was just that the time it could trap them was different. In addition, he could see through all the array formations on the plane. This was a great advantage. As for the bone ape, it was a double-edged sword that was not easy to control. Since it was difficult to control, there was no need to think too much about it. The battle was over. After all, they had the same chance as Chinchuyue when facing the bone ape. Well, since that's the case, let's take action immediately. Yaoshi felt that Night Sorrow was bold and meticulous. There was no problem with this plan, so she suggested that they take action. At this time, knowing some of Night Sorrow's means and his great potential, Yaoshi had already regarded him as an existence similar to her own. In the area dominated by the Dark Moon, this was the second feather god who was recognized by her. As for Yuntiani, although her strength had increased after she rashly absorbed the Divine King's blood essence, she was more focused on Night Sorrow. Naturally, there was no problem for him. Let's go and find the bone ape. Now, everything was ready except for the bone ape. Night Sorrow said and took the lead. His sea serpents I could see through many arrays, but he pretended to fall into them a few times and spent about a month. This was to exhaust Chinchuyue's patience and to dispel some of her doubts. About 3 months later, the three of them found the bone ape in a huge collapsed rift valley. At this time, the bone ape was wandering aimlessly in the rift valley. From time to time, it would hit the ground with its fists violently, causing the surroundings to tremble. The rift valley occupied by the bone ape covered a large area. It was about 20,000 miles wide and hundreds of thousands of miles long. Most of the area was desolate and cracked brown land. There were some hills and forests in a few areas. Apart from the bone ape, there were no other skeletal puppet creatures. Obviously, they were either killed or scared away by it. There doesn't seem to be any arrays in this valley. I'll lure it up. Let's test its strength first. After observing the valley for a while, Night Sorrow looked at Yaoshi and Yuntiani beside him and flew towards the bone ape. When they were about 5,000 miles away, Night Sorrow waved the Samsara halberd in mid-air and used the Inferno demon slaying technique. In an instant, a large flame covered the entire area within 5,000 miles of where the bone ape was. Awoo! The bone ape, which was suddenly burned by the flame, immediately hammered its chest angrily. Then, it chased after Night Sorrow, half running and half jumping. Human cultivator. Die! Although the bone ape wasn't flying, it was very fast. It didn't take long for it to catch up with Night Sorrow. When they were about 2,000 miles away, it suddenly let out a wild roar. This was a sound wave attack. The word, die, was like a heavy hammer that bombarded Night Sorrow's head. He suddenly felt dizzy, as if his head was about to explode. Although his soul was strong, Night Sorrow still needed a while to recover from the absent-mindedness. In this way, the bone ape's next close-range attack had already arrived. It jumped up, raised its fists in the air, and smashed down heavily. Samsara Spear. In the face of this attack, Night Sorrow immediately used the Essence Chi Smoke Beacon, the star's tyrannical body, and the power of merit. He used the Samsara halberd to use the Samsara Strike. This move immediately weakened the bone ape's attack. However, last time, Night Sorrow's bones were all broken by the bone ape's foot. He didn't dare to take it head-on. After reducing the bone ape's attack, he didn't hesitate to use the Divine Origin Dragon Locking Array. The Divine Origin Dragon Locking Array isolated the ferocious bone ape in midair. The Divine Origin Dragon Locking Array only trapped the bone ape for less than 5 breaths before it was completely shattered. However, Night Sorrow had already escaped from the Rift Valley and returned to the plains. Beside him, Yaoshi and Yuntiani were already prepared. At this time, Night Sorrow's divine soul was only a little shaken, but he wasn't seriously injured. However, he still pretended to be seriously injured and spat out a lot of blood. This blood contained the remains of his shattered lungs. Then, he asked Yuntiani for 2 elixirs and swallowed them. It's coming. Watch me. Night Sorrow pretended to be injured. Yun Tianyi understood tacitly and shot out sword light to meet the bone ape. After absorbing the Divine King's blood essence, his strength had increased greatly. The strength of his aura was about the same as Huang Lai and Yun Sangping. However, it was naturally impossible to stop the half-step Divine Lord Realm Bone Ape with just this little bit of strength. Soon, the Bone Ape let out another roar and rushed over. Even Night Sorrow didn't dare to take the Bone Ape's attack head-on. Yun Tianyi was even more afraid. When he saw the Bone Ape chasing after him, he immediately retreated. At this time, Yao Shi, who was standing beside Night Sorrow, began to silently recite an incantation. She also took out a bronze bell from her waist. The bronze bell was activated by the incantation and immediately emitted Sanskrit sounds. These Sanskrit sounds seemed to turn into a line that constantly shot towards the Bone Ape and slowed it down. This way, Yun Tianyi was able to safely escape. Careful! The Bone Ape didn't chase after Yun Tianyi. It immediately chased after Yao Shi. Just like how it dealt with Night Sorrow, it jumped into the air and smashed down with its fists. Frost Brow Sword. Facing the Bone Ape's violent attack, Yao Shi, Night Sorrow, and Yun Tianyi made different choices. After she activated her god domain, she used the High God Taboo Divine Artifact, Frost Brow Sword, to take the Bone Ape's attack head-on. Careful, the Bone Ape's attack isn't simple. Chapter 2508. The last time, Night Sorrow was trampled by the Bone Ape, nearly ending up with the outcome of being smashed to smithereens. He was somewhat apprehensive of the Bone Ape's close-range attacks. Seeing that Yao Shi actually chose to receive this move head-on, he was naturally incomparably worried, afraid that she would suffer very serious injuries accidentally. If she was seriously injured, this time, it might really let Qin Chuyue find an opportunity. Rumble. The Bone Ape's movements were extremely fast. Yao Shi was also the same. Night Sorrow wanted to stop it, but it was naturally too late. In a blink of an eye, one person and one ape collided together. This time, it was indeed the Bone Ape that took the advantage, blasting the ground where Yao Shi was at until it caved in. For some time, it shook the surrounding several 100,000 miles until it shook non-stop. Yao Shi, are you alright? Smoke and dust billowed in the deep pit. At the same time that Night Sorrow used Divine Soul Power to investigate, he transmitted his voice to Yao Shi to confirm her condition. I'm fine. My injuries aren't serious. But just nice, I can pretend to be seriously injured. My Frostbrow Folding Sword is known to cut through all men in the divine world. It never retreats in battle. If it retreats, it will affect the sword's spirit. In the process of transmitting, Yao Shi explained why she forcefully withstood this attack. So that's how it is. Didn't expect that a person from a painting like you would actually be so domineering when fighting. After praising Night Sorrow, his hands were not idle. He fired out the Divine Essence Dragon Locking Array, temporarily trapping the Bone Ape, creating an opportunity for Yao Shi to escape. Thank you. This Bone Ape is rather hard to deal with. Probing slightly, Yao Shi discovered that this half-step Divine Lord Realm Bone Ape was seriously not easy to deal with to them, these feather gods. No worries. Although this Bone Ape's strength is formidable, its intelligence isn't high. This is its greatest weakness. As long as our tactics are reasonable, there's a chance to kill it. At present, it's still taking care of Qin Chuyue first. Night Sorrow transmitted his voice to Yao Shi and shouted, Yao Shi is injured. Yun Tianyi, take her away. We can't fight this Bone Ape. We have to retreat immediately. Yao Shi took the Bone Ape's attack head-on. This was not fake at all, and the effect was already evident. Even Night Sorrow was unable to determine the extent of Yao Shi's injuries. He felt that this was enough. Alas, it seems that the key to the Bluestone Palace is not fated to be with us. This trip to the cave has come to an end. Yun Tianyi, who was protecting Yao Shi, shouted out the lines that Night Sorrow had designed. Their retreat route was in the opposite direction of the Bluestone Palace. This was the way back. Hee hee, Yao Shi, stop pretending. You just want to trick me into coming out. Your Majesty is here. What can you do? At this moment, to their surprise, Chen Chuyue actually chose to show herself. She actually came out. Chen Chuyue's sudden appearance surprised Night Sorrow, who was luring the bone ape away. At this moment, he realized that he had underestimated the courage of the top 10 experts on the God of Feathers list. Whether it was Yao Shi, who took the bone ape's attack head-on, or Chen Chuyue, who appeared now, they both seemed to be people with courage. They could be considered as women who did not lose out to men. Since you've come out, then die. Yao Shi, who was still brooding over the naked battle, immediately waved her frost brow sword and attacked Chen Chuyue when she saw her appear. Io, are you unable to restrain your anger because you thought of the naked battle? Don't be afraid. Night Sorrow did not use the image stone to record it. This matter will not spread in the God realm. Chen Chuyue did not forget to mock Yao Shi as she activated her God realm and blocked the attack with her red armillary sash. You deserve to die. Chen Chuyue had brought up her sore spot, and Yao Shi's face, which had already been somewhat cold, was immediately covered in frost. She used her ultimate skill right away. Brow overturning sea sword. In an instant, the void was like a sea that had exploded. Countless ripples surged out and attacked Chen Chuyue. Ha! Didn't you just let a man see your body? Do you have to fight so hard? Chen Chuyue and Yao Shi were both ranked 9th on the God of Feathers list. Naturally, they were not afraid of Yao Shi using her ultimate technique. As the battle continued, she asked, was what Yun Tianyi said the truth? As long as we kill the bone ape, we can obtain the key to the stone palace, right? You're about to die. Why are you still asking these questions? Yun Tianyi, what are you doing in a daze? Come and help. At this moment, Night Sorrow was luring the bone ape away. Only Yun Tianyi was free. Yao Shi immediately asked him to help. Okay. Coming. Chen Chuyue's words were very explosive. Yun Tianyi was still digesting them. Yi Shang had seen the body of fairy Yao Shi, who was said to be as pure as ice and as pure as jade. Wasn't this a little too shocking? When he heard Yao Shi's call, he immediately activated his God realm and activated his ultimate technique, the non-phase sword array. Although he was not as strong as Yao Shi and Chen Chuyue, the attack power of the sword array was not low. It immediately posed a threat to Chen Chuyue. This half-step Divine Lord Realm Bone Ape is much stronger than an ordinary half-step Divine Lord Realm Cultivator. In particular, the strength of its body can even compare to some Divine Lords. With just the 3 of you, it is impossible to kill it. If Yun Tianyi's words are true, your Majesty is willing to cooperate with you to kill it. As for our feud, we'll settle it in the Stone Palace. Chen Chuyue, who was being attacked by the 2 of them, continued to speak while defending herself. We don't need your help. As long as we kill you and don't let you get in the way, it's fine. Yao Shi rejected Chen Chuyue's suggestion without hesitation. She cultivated the frost brow sword. She was soft on the outside but tough on the inside. She could not tolerate sand in her eyes. Seeing that the 2 of them were still attacking her, Chen Chuyue was gradually unable to resist. She shouted, Yan Jiannan, come out and help me block Yun Tianyi. Okay, Fairy Chuyue. Upon hearing Chen Chuyue's call, Yan Jiannan immediately flew over from tens of thousands of miles away to block Yun Tianyi. His strength was originally stronger than Yun Tianyi. He had only been injured by the phantom that day. Now that they were fighting, he quickly gained the upper hand. Yun Tianyi, oh Yun Tianyi. You fused with the blood essence of the Divine King, but you're still so trashy. What a waste. Why don't I kill you today and refine you into an elixir? I don't believe that the powerhouse in your body will come out to save you every time. Yan Jiannan, who had suppressed Yun Tianyi, had a disdainful look on his face. What do you have to be arrogant about? You're just a loser. Just when Yun Tianyi didn't know how to refute, Night Sorrow, who had temporarily lured the bone ape away, returned to the battle. Without any hesitation, he directly used the Divine Essence Dragon Lock formation to fix Yan Jiannan in it. Then, he used the Samsara Halberd to attack with the Samsara Strike. Yan Jiannan, who was trapped in the enclosed space, had no chance to dodge at all. He was hit hard by this move. His aura immediately dropped by a level. Night Sorrow discovered that he could attack opponents in the Divine Essence Dragon Lock formation when he lured the bone ape away. Now, he was using it on Yan Jiannan. Yun Tianyi, I'll leave him to you. I'll go help Yao Shi. Chapter 2509. Night Sorrow was obviously stronger than Yun Tianyi and had more tricks up his sleeve. After he joined the battle, Qin Shuyue was quickly suppressed. You're dead meat. Yao Shi continuously slashed with her frost brow sword. Together with the bronze bell at her waist and Night Sorrow's attacks, Qin Shuyue was completely at a disadvantage. She didn't even have the ability to fight back. Hee. I'm no match for you. But if you want to kill me, that's impossible. Qin Shuyue, who was completely suppressed, had no ability to fight back. At this moment, she took out a crystal-clear jade talisman and scolded, both of you, stop immediately. Otherwise, I'll immediately use the talisman in my hand. This jade talisman was a Sir God-level talisman. The aura that flowed around it made Night Sorrow feel as though he was being locked on by an ancient beast. Qin Shuyue, don't think that you're the only one with a life-saving talisman. Night Sorrow couldn't do anything against a Sir God-level talisman. Yao Shi wasn't afraid. She also took out a jade talisman, which was also at the Sir God level. It was obvious that they were all outstanding existences in their sects, and they all had life-saving items on them. These two jade talismans were made by invincible Sir God level talismans. They were similar in power to the one Night Sorrow used to strengthen the Dark Demon Seal in the Endless Bone region. This kind of power was completely destructive to a feather god. Why? Do you think I don't dare? My life in exchange for yours is definitely worth it. Qin Shuyue replied to Yao Shi, not to be outdone. After taking out her life-saving talisman, she was fearless. If you dare, then do it. Yao Shi wasn't afraid at all. If there's no deep hatred between the two of you, I think it's better for us to talk. Yao Shi and Qin Shuyue were at daggers drawn. If they were to use the invincible Divine Lord's divine talisman here, the immense power would very likely blow apart the seal on the soul-devouring beast clan in the Divine Lord Jinyuan's cave abode. In this way, not only would they die, but High Bay City would also suffer. Night Sorrow naturally didn't want to see this happen, so he immediately tried to persuade her. That's right. Let me ask you, as long as we kill the bone ape, we can open the door to the Bluestone Palace, right? After Night Sorrow spoke, Yao Shi put down the talisman in her hand. Qin Shuyue also put away the talisman and asked the same question again. That should be the case. Night Sorrow nodded and did not deny it. On the other side, Yan Jiannan and Yun Tianyi separated again when they saw the three of them stop fighting. Yan Jiannan stood behind Qin Shuyue, while Yun Tianyi returned to Night Sorrow's side. If that's the case, why don't we work together to kill it? As for our competition, we can continue after we enter the Bluestone Palace. How about that? Qin Shuyue said and added, if you don't agree, I'll use the divine talisman immediately and choose to die together. However, if we can successfully enter the Bluestone Palace, I can swear that I won't use the life-saving talisman in the cave abode again. Let's study it. Night Sorrow felt that this matter was acceptable, but he didn't agree directly. He called Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi together and studied it. Yun Tianyi naturally didn't want to be killed by the divine talisman, so she chose to cooperate with them. Qin Shuyue is crazy. She can do anything. We can only choose to cooperate with her this time. Yao Shi, who was discussing things with Night Sorrow and Yun Tianyi, didn't have the irrational look she had when she confronted Qin Shuyue. She had a bright future. Although she would rather break than bend, she didn't want to die without knowing why. Since both of you have made such a choice, I naturally agree. We'll attack them after we enter the Bluestone Palace. As long as Chinchuyue doesn't use the divine talisman, we have the ability to suppress her. Knight Sorrow had absolute confidence in his own strength. At this time, Yaoshi said with some worry, I know Chinchuyue. She said that she won't use the divine talisman, which seems to be a concession, but in fact, she wants me to swear that I won't use the divine talisman. She probably found a very strong helper and has the confidence to defeat us. It doesn't matter. I think as long as we cooperate well, we can defeat any kind of feather god. I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. In response, Knight Sorrow just smiled. In the process of luring the bone ape away, he had no choice but to come up with a new plan. Even the bone ape fell for it, and it was effective against any feather god cultivator. Since you're so confident, we'll choose to cooperate with them. Yaoshi knew that Knight Sorrow was the feather god of merit. He definitely wouldn't speak carelessly, so she nodded in agreement. Afterward, Yaoshi acted as the representative to communicate with Chinchuyue. They both swore that when they entered the Bluestone Palace, neither the two of them nor the others beside them would use the divine talisman. Since we've agreed, let's act immediately. After swearing the heavenly Tao oath, Chinchuyue immediately said, it'll be very difficult for us to kill the bone ape with our attacks. I have a half-step divine lord talisman here. As long as we use it well, we can severely injure it. After that, we'll use our own methods. We'll exhaust it to death. Alright, I have one here as well. We can use it together. Yaoshi wasn't stingy either. She took out another talisman from her bosom. As the two beauties of the Dark Moon Divine Realm, she and Chinchuyue were important targets of the sect's protection. They were much richer than Knight Sorrow. Seeing the talismans they took out, Knight Sorrow thought that he had to find a way to get a few after leaving the cave. They were definitely life-saving weapons. This time, let's attack together and kill it in the Rift Valley. The half-step Divine Lord Skeletal Ape was obviously a test left behind by the Divine Lord Jinyuan. After discussing the strategy, Knight Sorrow said this and led the way to the Rift Valley. He had lured the bone ape to a hilly area in the Rift Valley and trapped it there. Alright. Let's follow. Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi immediately followed. Chinchuyue and Yan Jiannan looked at each other and followed. Not long after, the five of them found the bone ape and fought it. Not long after the battle began, Chinchuyue used a half-step Divine Lord Talisman and injured the arrogant bone ape. The injured bone ape had become extremely ferocious. It fought with the group like a madman. But after a while, it was injured by the talisman Yao Shi threw out. Its injury was even more serious. Soon, it was completely suppressed by Knight Sorrow and the rest. Logically speaking, the battle should have ended very quickly. But when the bone ape was about to be killed, a phantom of the Divine Lord Jinyuan suddenly appeared and healed the bone ape's injury. He said to the group, the bone ape is a test for you. You must kill it with your own strength. Only then will the door of the Green Stone Palace open. Divine Lord. Seeing the phantom of the Divine Lord Jinyuan again, Yun Tianyi, the only one present who was from High Bay City, was very excited. She bowed to him. In response, the phantom of the Divine Lord Jinyuan smiled and said, don't tarnish the reputation of High Bay City. After saying that, he completely disappeared from the world. Then, the five of them started fighting the bone ape again. Chapter 25:10. What's going on? The skeletal ape has become so strong. And its aura is constantly rising. If this continues, it will probably advance to the monarch god realm. During the battle, Chinchuyue noticed that the skeletal ape's aura was getting stronger and stronger. She couldn't help but say worriedly. The skeletal ape was already so difficult to deal with now. If it advanced to the monarch god realm, then they would never be able to obtain the key to the Green Stone Palace. The good things in the cave abode were most likely in the Green Stone Palace. How could she bear to give them up? It must be because we used the divine talisman to defeat the skeletal ape. Therefore, the monarch god increased the difficulty of the test. Yao Shi, who had just used the Frost Brow sword to perform the Brow Sea overturning sword, realized that her attack didn't have any effect. She was also shocked by the skeletal ape's strength. Yun Tianyi and Yan Jiannan's faces turned even uglier. The two of them were weaker and didn't dare to get within 10,000 miles of the skeletal ape. If they got too close to the skeletal ape, they would be suppressed by the deity domain and unable to move. If the skeletal ape gave up on Night Sorrow, Qinshuyue, and Yao Shi and turned to attack one of them, no matter which one it attacked, they would be killed instantly. The skeletal ape's aura is rising very quickly. We have to kill it quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Night Sorrow, who was cooperating with Yao Shi and Qinshuyue to wear down the skeletal ape from a distance, also realized the seriousness of the situation. He shouted, "At this point, don't hold back anymore. Attack the skeletal ape with all your might. I will trap it. Also, if you can contact any friends, do it quickly. The skeletal ape is too strong. We can only rely on our advantage in numbers. I came alone. But from now on, I will give it my all." Hearing Night Sorrow's words, Yao Shi was the first to speak. She had indeed entered the cave abode alone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been tricked by Qinshuyue. "Those who came in with me are all ants." Yan Jiannan, who was tens of thousands of miles away from the skeletal ape, shook his head and said. He had come with Ming Yu and the others. Those few did not have much battle power and were currently hiding in a spirit design. Even if they were called over, they would not be able to help. Yun Tianyi came together with Night Sorrow, so she couldn't call for help. However, she was communicating with the Divine King of the Cloud Wilderness in her body to see if he had any ideas. However, she didn't get a response for the time being. Sigh. "Nie Qingping, come out." When it was Qinshuyue's turn, she sighed unwillingly and called out a name. Nie Qingping. He was the third strongest cultivator in the Divine Feather realm in the Dark Moon region, ranked 16th on the Divine Feather list. Although he was slightly weaker than Shuang Jiao, he was still the strongest male cultivator in the Dark Moon region. "Qinshuyue, so you came with Nie Qingping. No wonder you're so confident that you won't use your talisman again." Seeing Nie Qingping appear, Yao Shi's face suddenly became serious. Qinshuyue, Nie Qingping, and Yan Jiannan were the first, third, and fifth strongest cultivators in the Divine Feather realm in the Dark Moon region. No one dared to underestimate such a combination. At this point, she was very glad that she met Night Sorrow. Otherwise, with her own strength, she wouldn't be able to compete with Qinshuyue and the others. "Fairy Yao Shi, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever, but your strength doesn't seem to have improved." After Nie Qingping's figure appeared in front of everyone, he immediately greeted Yao Shi. There was a hint of provocation in his tone. He had once pursued Yao Shi, but she had mercilessly rejected him. That incident had made him hold a grudge. Now that he was teaming up with Qinshuyue, Nie Qingping felt that victory was in his hands. "What does my strength have to do with you? If you want to enter the Green Stone Palace, then hurry up and attack." Yao Shi's face was grim as she continued to fight with the skeletal ape. At this moment, Night Sorrow was constantly using the Divine Essence Dragon Lock formation to imprison the skeletal ape and create opportunities for the cultivators present to attack. At first, the Divine Essence Dragon Lock formation could only restrain the skeletal ape for 2 to 3 breaths. Later on, it could only slow down its speed temporarily. Under Night Sorrow's delay, whether it was attacking Yao Shi or Qinshuyue, the skeletal ape was always a little slower at the critical moment. The two girls relied on the powerful attack power of their divine weapons to constantly exhaust the skeletal ape, making it very uncomfortable. "Wait until we enter the palace." Yao Shi completely ignored Nie Qingping. This made his expression immediately turn ugly, but he still charged into the battle without hesitation. He attacked the insufferably arrogant bone ape. However, after using the divine weapon Qingping halberd to attack the skeletal ape 5 to 6 times, Nie Qingping realized that there was no effect at all. The skeletal ape's defense is so shocking. How can feather gods like us fight against it? I think Sir God Jinyuan is purposely not letting us enter the Green Stone Palace. Nie Qingping immediately questioned when his continuous attacks on the skeletal ape did not have any effect at all. He felt that although he did not use his full strength, it was definitely abnormal that he could not even break through the skeletal ape's defense. The Sir God must have his reasons for doing so. If we can't forcefully attack, then we will think of other ways. Knight Sorrow immediately retorted when he heard Nie Qingping questioning Sir God Jinyuan. Sir God Jinyuan had suppressed the entire soul-devouring beast clan with his own strength. How could he fathom his strength? There must be a reason for such an arrangement. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk back to me, Nie Qingping? You must be tired of living. Nie Qingping was ranked third among the feather gods in the dominating area of the Dark Moon. In his eyes, there were only Yao Shi and Chen Chuyue. Knight Sorrow only replied normally and he retorted with disdain. He was very arrogant. You can't even break through the skeletal ape's defense. What are you pretending for? If you have the ability to kill the skeletal ape, then let's go to the Green Stone Palace to fight. Yao Shi and Chen Chuyue could break through the skeletal ape's defense and exhaust it with their full strength. However, Nie Qingping could not do that. It was completely useless. Knight Sorrow retorted without hesitation after being provoked. Why do we need to go to the Green Stone Palace? It's the same if I kill you here. Nie Qingping, who was only 2,000 to 3,000 miles away from Knight Sorrow, suddenly attacked with his halberd and went straight for Knight Sorrow's head. His sneak attack was very sudden and no one present expected it. Nie Qingping, stop! Knight Sorrow was the key to fighting against the skeletal ape. Seeing Nie Qingping attack, even Chen Chuyue could not help but scold him. You're courting death. After being attacked by Nie Qingping at close range, Knight Sorrow could no longer use the Divine Essence Dragon Lock Array. He immediately used the Void Escape technique and dodged the halberd. Divine Essence Dragon Lock Array. After dodging Nie Qingping's sneak attack, Knight Sorrow immediately used the Divine Essence Dragon Lock Array to control him. Then, he used the Samsara halberd to attack with the Samsara strike. Nie Qingping, who was imprisoned in the enclosed space, could not dodge this attack at all. His aura was immediately reduced greatly. Raging flames subdue demons. Forbidden spear. After succeeding in his attack, Knight Sorrow did not hesitate to use the Samsara halberd to attack the trapped Nie Qingping. Nie Qingping's sneak attack when everyone was fighting against the skeletal ape touched Knight Sorrow's bottom line. Damn it, what kind of technique is this? After being trapped by Knight Sorrow's Divine Essence Dragon Lock Array and being hit by the Samsara Spear, his aura was greatly reduced. After being hit by the Forbidden Spear and Raging Flame subdue demons consecutively, Nie Qingping, who was almost half dead, immediately cursed in the enclosed space. This was the first time he met an opponent with such strange techniques and was not used to it. Damn it! Break for me! Nie Qingping, who was using the Qingping halberd to attack the enclosed space, was sure that he would not be able to break out of the array in a short time. Chapter 25:11. You're quite rich. You actually used a divine talisman. Seeing Nie Qingping use a half-step Divine Lord Divine Talisman to blast open the sealed space, Knight Sorrow cast the Divine Essence Dragon Locking Array again without a word, imprisoning Nie Qingping once again. Each time he cast the Divine Essence Dragon Locking Array, it did not consume much Divine Essence energy. But it had to be combined with soul strength to cast, so he could only set up one at a time. But dealing with Nie Qingping, one was naturally enough. He was not afraid no matter how many half-step Divine Lord Divine Talismans he had in his hands. F***CK. Imprisoned in the sealed space once again, Nie Qingping was completely speechless. His Divine Talisman was a one-time consumable item. Discovering that Knight Sorrow could continuously set up formations, how could he bear to use it again? He kept casting all sorts of mystic arts and ultimate skills, only hoping to escape quickly. Knight Sorrow, hurry up and save him. Originally, Knight Sorrow was prepared to continue attacking Nie Qingping and kill him directly. But at this time, Yaoshi suddenly shouted. At this time, the bone ape that broke free was charging crazily at Yun Tianyi. Under the interference of its divine domain, Yun Tianyi could no longer move. If no one saved him, he would die without a doubt. Merit Dragon Locking Array. Under such circumstances, Night Sorrow was clear that just casting the Divine Essence Dragon Locking Array could no longer stop the bone ape. He immediately used the power of Merit to replace Divine Essence energy and cast the Merit Dragon Locking Array. This move, Night Sorrow used it once when luring the bone ape away. His power of Merit was already at peak Feather God Realm, while his Divine Essence energy was only at middle rank Feather God Realm. The difference between the two was huge. Using the power of Merit to cast a trapping array, the effect was much better. This was also the reason why he had the confidence to resist all the feather gods in the Bluestone Palace. Let's run. The matter of resisting the bone ape, we'll think about it at length. According to Night Sorrow's judgment, wanting to kill the bone ape with their strength was clearly not too likely. He flew to Yun Tianyi's side, saved him, and flew directly into the distance. Yao Shi followed closely behind. Because Qin Chuyue's forces had obviously grown stronger, her cooperation with Night Sorrow had obviously become closer. Qin Chuyue and Nie Qingping, who had just escaped, looked at each other. Then, together with Yan Jiannan, they followed behind the three of them. Taking advantage of the fact that the bone ape was locked up, everyone quickly flew away from the scene. When they reached the platform at the entrance of the Bluestone Palace, Night Sorrow stopped and put Yun Tianyi down. At this time, Yun Tianyi was gradually recovering. The bone ape's deity domain had suppressed him too miserably. Looking at Nie Qingping who was following behind him, Night Sorrow raised his samsara halberd and said, "Everyone is trying their best to fight against the bone ape, but you sneakily attacked me from behind. Let's talk about this now. Night Sorrow, don't push me too far. I, Nie Qingping, am not as skilled as you. But if you don't stop, don't blame me for using a Divine Lord level talisman." Thinking of Night Sorrow's virtuous dragon-locking formation that restrained the bone ape, Nie Qingping completely lost the courage to fight. He took out a talisman to deter him. He couldn't break Night Sorrow's trap formation. Even if he fought 100 times, he would be beaten passively. Nie Qingping, put away the talisman. I'll help you solve this matter. Seeing Nie Qingping take out a Divine Lord level talisman, Qin Chuyue immediately stopped him. After all, she had already made a heavenly oath that the people around her wouldn't use talismans. She couldn't easily break her promise. She looked at Night Sorrow and said, "We're temporarily in a cooperative relationship. In my opinion, it's best for you to turn this matter into a small one. After all, everyone still needs to find a way to deal with the bone ape. Although Nie Qingping isn't as strong as you, he's still very strong. He can be of great help." Qin Chuyue was very wary of Night Sorrow's ability to use the power of Merit to set up a formation. She spoke much more politely. Originally, she was the same as Nie Qingping. She looked down on Night Sorrow and felt that she could crush him to death with a stretch of her hand. But now, things were very different. I was ambushed for no reason. I can't let this matter rest. Night Sorrow didn't compromise in front of Qin Chuyue. As he spoke, Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi stood beside him. He was wrong to ambush you. We're willing to compensate you, but you have to promise that you won't pursue this matter before entering the Blue Stone Palace. How about it? Qin Chuyue was clearly very concerned about entering the Blue Stone Palace. She immediately compromised. Qin Chuyue might have a special need for something in the Blue Stone Palace. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. Yao Shi knew Qin Chuyue very well. When she saw her compromise, she immediately transmitted her voice. She chose to compromise. We can demand an exorbitant price. Okay, I know. Night Sorrow knew that Qin Chuyue had chosen to compromise so easily. She definitely had some ulterior motives. He thought for a moment and said, "It's fine if you're willing to compensate. Ask Nie Qingping to compensate me with the monarch-level talisman, and this matter will be over." What? You want the monarch-level talisman? Dream on. Believe it or not, I'll blast you to death right now. Hearing Night Sorrow directly ask for the monarch-level talisman, Nie Qingping immediately flew into a rage. This was his life-saving talisman. He wouldn't give it away no matter what. Who do you think you are? You're just a loser. You don't have the right to speak to me. Night Sorrow didn't change anything. He returned Nie Qingping's words to him, then ignored him. He looked at Qin Shuyue and said, "What do you say? You're clearly demanding an exorbitant price. Nie Qingping naturally can't give you something that can save his life." Qin Shuyue's face was filled with anger. She calmed down and said, "We can give you a half-step monarch-level talisman. This is already the biggest concession we can make. If you're still not satisfied, then we can only end our cooperation and fight you. Although I said that I won't use the talisman again, you're definitely not my match. Zuoheng, come out and meet us." As soon as Qin Shuyue spoke, a figure flew down from the top of the Bluestone Palace. Zuoheng, ranked 19th on the God of Feathers list. You've also joined Qin Shuyue's side. Yao Shi's expression changed when she saw Zuoheng. Zuoheng was ranked 19th on the God of Feathers list and 4th in the Dark Moon region. Even he had been invited by Qin Shuyue. Now, Qin Shuyue's lineup was ranked 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the Dark Moon region. This lineup could be said to be extremely luxurious. At this point, Yao Shi was somewhat relieved that she had met Night Sorrow. At the same time, she was also a bit scared. 3 half-step monarch-level talismans. Otherwise, there's no need to talk. Yao Shi transmitted her voice to Night Sorrow to inform him of Zuoheng's situation. Night Sorrow's expression didn't change as he continued to ask for compensation. It was obviously impossible for him to ask for a monarch-level talisman. His goal was 3 half-step monarch-level talismans. Alright, 3 then. But I hope you can do your best to think of a way to kill the bone ape. Nie Qingping originally wanted to bargain, but Qin Shuyue indicated that there was no need. She took out 3 half-step monarch-level talismans and handed them to Night Sorrow. She had clearly made ample preparations for this trip to the cave. Okay. Night Sorrow was quite satisfied with obtaining 3 half-step monarch-level talismans. He kept 2 and handed 1 to Yun Tianyi, saying, "Keep it to save your life." He looked at the others and said, "Actually, I asked everyone to retreat because I suddenly had an idea." "What idea?" "Don't keep us in suspense." Qin Shuyue immediately scolded. "I just trapped Nie Qingping and used the Samsara strike to weaken his cultivation. I immediately thought of a similar method to weaken the bone ape's strength." Chapter 25:12. Speaking of this, Night Sorrow recalled what Mo Yuqian had said. He felt that the danger Divine Lord Jinyuan faced back then must have been even more difficult. Under such circumstances, if Divine Lord Jinyuan could suppress all the soul-devouring beasts, why couldn't they kill the bone ape? If they could not even solve such a test, they were indeed not qualified to receive Divine Lord Jinyuan's inheritance. Although Divine Lord Jinyuan had been cheated of many resources by Wu Xin, as a genius in alchemy, weapon forging, and array formation, he was definitely not poor. Those resources must be in the Green Stone Palace. That makes sense. You really woke me up from my stupor. Hearing Night Sorrow's words, Qin Shuyue was enlightened. But then she said, "But how do we have the ability to set up an array formation that can weaken the bone ape's strength? It's indeed difficult to set it up with our own abilities. But I feel that the Divine Lord must have left behind some clues. Maybe there's an array formation that can suppress the bone ape somewhere in the plane. It's just that we haven't discovered it yet." The bone ape's strength was constantly increasing. This allowed Night Sorrow to deduce some of Divine Lord Jinyuan's intentions. After he spoke, everyone felt that it made sense. So they split into 2 groups to search for clues. Soon, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. However, they did not gain much. Today, the bone ape's strength was infinitely close to the Divine Lord realm and its aura was still increasing. It could break through at any time. This gave them a lot of pressure. On this day, Night Sorrow was discussing countermeasures with the others in the Green Stone Palace. Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin suddenly found them and told them about their discovery. After Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin lost to Night Sorrow, they started to hide in the cave abode. The two of them were proficient in array formations. Otherwise, they would not have been able to set up an exquisite trapping array that could only be broken by force at the cave abode's passageway. In the process of escaping, they happened to be on the mountain peak and saw that the entire plain seemed to be a natural array. The center of the array was in the Rift Valley where the bone ape was. However, with the bone ape guarding it, they could not get close. The reason why they brought this up was because they knew that killing the bone ape would open the door to the Bluestone Palace, and they wanted to get a share of the loot. He also hoped that this would resolve the enmity between him and Night Sorrow. If what you said is true, then we're even. Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin's expertise in arrays had obviously been taught by famous teachers. They were not to be underestimated. Night Sorrow was overjoyed when he heard the news. He hurried with them to the mountain peak where everyone had been before. Standing on the mountain peak and activating the sea serpent's eye, Night Sorrow immediately saw the formation of the array. It seemed to be a huge 9 Dragon's Guard pearl array. The core was the pearl. After it was opened, it could activate the 9 dragon veins and completely activate the formation. This kind of formation requires 10 people to work together to activate. One person activated the central hub, while the other 9 stood on top of the dragon vein and cooperated. However, we only have 9 people here. We still need one more. This formation was indeed majestic, encompassing the entire plains. However, the formation patterns were actually similar to those on the gravel and rocks, as well as the divine origin dragon locking formation. With the help of the sea serpent's eye, Night Sorrow soon saw the clues. After explaining, he continued, "We have to find at least one more invincible feather god to cooperate with us. It would be even better if we could find 2. We know where Huang Lai and Yun Samping are. They're trapped in a hidden array." Hearing Night Sorrow's words, Ji Hao immediately said, "Take me there." Huang Lai and Yun Samping had helped Night Sorrow before. After learning about them, Night Sorrow immediately went to rescue them with Ji Hao. Huang Lai and Yun Samping were naturally very grateful to Night Sorrow for rescuing them from the trap array. They also asked how Night Sorrow had survived. From their words, Night Sorrow learned that Qing Mingzi and Ming Ju had died in the trap array because they weren't strong enough. He was somewhat emotional. Then, he told them how he got out and mentioned the current situation. Both Huang Lai and Yun Samping were surprised by this. This was because there were too many Divine Feather Realm Masters who had rushed to the Zhenyuan Divine Lord's cave residence. Almost all of the top 11 masters in the Dark Moon Dominator's area were captured. I'll be responsible for restraining the bone ape for this operation. Returning to the platform in front of the Bluestone Palace, Night Sorrow immediately made arrangements. Ji Hao will be in charge of the central hub. Yao Shi, Chen Shiyue, Nie Qingping, Zhuo Heng, Yan Jiannan, Yun Tianyi, Leng Ningxin, Huang Lai, and Yun Samping. Each of you will be in charge of a dragon vein. After that, he began to explain the details of the spirit formation in detail. Then, he led everyone to where they were supposed to be. No one objected to this arrangement. After all, none of them had the ability to face the bone ape alone. They had to rely on Night Sorrow to restrain it. After making arrangements for Yao Shi, Qin Shiyue, and the others, Night Sorrow led Ji Hao, who was obviously very nervous, to the Rift Valley where the bone ape was. Besides Night Sorrow, Ji Hao was the one who knew the array the best. He needed to attract the bone ape's firepower, so the central hub could only be left to Ji Hao. Don't be nervous. You just have to find a way to activate the central hub of the array. I'll deal with the bone ape. Seeing that Ji Hao was very nervous, Night Sorrow comforted him on the way. This matter was related to the remaining 11 invincible feather gods in the cave. None of them could make a mistake. Otherwise, they would definitely fail. He didn't want Ji Hao to make a mistake because of nervousness. Okay, I'll try my best. Ji Hao was also an invincible divine emperor. However, he had stood in the distance and watched Night Sorrow and the others fight with the bone ape. He was deeply afraid of the bone ape. You don't have to face the bone ape directly. You don't have to be so nervous. Tell me when you're ready. We're only 30,000 miles away. The bone ape will sense us soon. As they were getting closer to the Rift Valley, Night Sorrow gave the final instructions. Then, he activated the essence smoke, Star's mighty body, and took the Samsara halberd in his hand. He was ready to fight. Phew. I'm ready. Let's go. When they were about to reach the Rift Valley, Ji Hao took a deep breath and made up his mind. At this moment, he admired Night Sorrow, who could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Remember, don't use the divine talisman unless it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, even if we can kill the bone ape, we won't get the key to the Green Stone Palace. Before he attacked, Night Sorrow told Ji Hao one last time. Then, he flew to the top of the Rift Valley. Flying above the Rift Valley, Night Sorrow immediately saw the bone ape wandering in the Rift Valley. Not only was the bone ape's aura very strong, but it also had golden fur. Under the illumination of the golden divine domain, it seemed indestructible. The mace in its hand had become much stronger after years of nourishment. Roaring flames subdue demons. The bone ape's aura was very terrifying, but Night Sorrow still attacked without hesitation. This time, he didn't need to resist. He only needed to lead the bone ape away. After that, he flew away. Human monk, it's you again. This time, you'll die for sure. The bone ape's intelligence seemed to have increased a lot. It immediately recognized Night Sorrow when it saw him. Chapter 25:13. The skeleton-like bone ape had turned into a golden ape. Its voice was cold and domineering. As it jumped, it waved its mace that was glowing with cold light. In the past, the bone ape jumped clumsily. Every time it landed, the ground would tremble. Now, it was like a dragonfly skimming the water. It did not make much noise when it landed and its speed was much faster. After a few 100,000 miles, it was only 30,000 miles away from Night Sorrow. It is indeed much harder to deal with than before. However, it is not difficult to hold you back for a while. Night Sorrow, who was constantly being approached by the bone ape, led it into various arrays set up by Sir God Jinyuan. However, no matter if it was an illusion array, a maze array, a trap array or a killing array, they could not slow down the bone ape. Its strength had completely surpassed the level of these arrays. It could easily break the arrays with its strength. You can't run away. These arrays were set up for the Feather God. They cannot stop this king. Eat this king's mace. After chasing for a while, when the bone ape was only 5,000 miles away from Night Sorrow, it immediately activated its divine territory. It raised its mace and smashed it with murderous intent. The originally muddle-headed bone ape had started to call itself this king. This was a huge change in its intelligence. It was still adapting to other aspects. For example, at this moment, when it was chasing Night Sorrow, it had only used its divine core power and not its divine soul power. Divine Core Dragon Lock Array. However, even so, Night Sorrow was still under a lot of pressure. As the divine core power of the bone ape was infinitely close to that of a real Sir God, its divine territory was extremely powerful. Being enveloped by its God territory, Night Sorrow felt like he had fallen into a quagmire. Although he had activated his essence chi smoke signal, Star's tyrant body, and his God territory, it didn't have any effect. He could only use the divine origin dragon-locking formation to slow down the bone ape. Roar. However, the bone ape only roared and it immediately shattered the sealed space. The divine core dragon lock array was obviously not strong enough to trap the bone ape. Seeing that it had caught up to him again, Night Sorrow immediately used the virtuous dragon lock formation. Only then did he manage to temporarily trap the raging bone ape. Taking advantage of the fact that the bone ape was trapped, Night Sorrow hurriedly used Vanishing Shadow to fly up into the sky. The bone ape had always been jumping, so Yishan suspected that it might not be able to fly. Human cultivator, you have successfully angered this king. A few breaths later, the bone ape broke out of the formation. Seeing through Night Sorrow's thoughts, it immediately soared into the air and chased after him again. It turned out that it didn't fly out of habit. How is Ji Hao? I can't hold on for much longer. The bone ape could fly, and its flying speed was very fast. It was obviously faster than Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow could not help but send a telepathic message to Ji Hao, knowing that the time it would take the skeletal ape to break the virtuous dragon-locking formation was getting shorter and shorter. Hopefully, he would be faster. After all, the other 9 dragon veins could only be activated if he opened the core of the formation. I have already reached the core of the formation, but I don't seem to have enough divine essence to activate the formation. Before everyone took action, they had already sworn a heavenly Dao oath that they would work together before entering the Green Stone Palace. Ji Hao replied to Night Sorrow. It was not that he did not want to activate the core of the formation on purpose. It was just that he did not have enough divine essence. Are you sure that you don't have enough divine essence to activate the core of the formation? Night Sorrow, who was under great pressure, was much slower than the bone ape. Gradually, he began to fly downwards. Furthermore, the frequency of using the virtuous dragon-locking formation increased significantly because the bone ape was breaking the formation faster and faster. I'm sure. I'm afraid that only Chen Chuyue or Yao Shi can activate the core of the formation, Ji Hao quickly replied. According to his judgment, to activate the core of the formation, one would need to be a top-tier existence among the feather gods. Then what are you waiting for? Send a telepathic message to Yao Shi and tell her to hurry over. Night Sorrow instructed in annoyance. Now that the situation had changed, the pressure on his shoulders became even greater. If he was not careful, his divine essence would be destroyed. Roar! Roar! The bone ape, who had been continuously controlled by Yishang's virtuous dragon-locking formation, was unable to use its full strength. Night Sorrow, who was continuously controlling the bone ape, was not happy at all. In the beginning, the virtuous dragon-locking formation could only lock the bone ape for 3 to 4 breaths. Now, it could only lock it for 1 breath. If this continued, the virtuous dragon-locking formation would not be able to restrain the bone ape sooner or later. At that time, if the formation was still not activated, his life would be in danger. Yao Shi, where are you? After a while, the formation was almost no longer effective on the bone ape. Night Sorrow could not help but send a telepathic message to Yao Shi. At this moment, the pressure he was under was increasing. Almost there. Another 100,000 miles. Yao Shi was well aware of the kind of pressure Yishan was shouldering. After recovering, she immediately used a secret art to increase her strength several times over, speeding towards the center of the formation. It's over. The bone ape is completely free. The moment Yao Shi recovered, the bone ape was completely immune to the virtuous dragon-locking formation. After being trapped for so long, the bone ape went berserk. Awoo! This king is going to tear you apart, human cultivator. Completely free, it even threw down the mace in its hands and chased after Night Sorrow. In terms of speed, Night Sorrow was no match for the bone ape and was caught up in no time. What can I do? Against the menacing bone ape, Night Sorrow could not help but think of a countermeasure. Go to hell. The bone ape hated Night Sorrow to the core. When it caught up to him, it smashed its fists down. It was huge and looked like a mountain in front of Night Sorrow. Locked in by the bone ape's divine territory, Night Sorrow immediately found it difficult to move. He could not even fly. The situation had reached a critical juncture. Boom! Before Night Sorrow could think, the bone ape's fist had already smashed down. Night Sorrow, who was locked in place and could not even travel through the void, could only use all his moves except the 7-star rage to block the fist. Crack! Night Sorrow's right arm, which was holding the spear, was directly broken because of the collision. His soul was dizzy from the bombardment. several cracks appeared around the heavenly samsara halberd. If the samsara halberd had not absorbed most of the impact, Night Sorrow would have broken many of his bones. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll be killed. The samsara halberd's damage made Night Sorrow's heart ache. However, he could not care less at this moment and kept thinking of a countermeasure. If he could not think of a way, he would undoubtedly be smacked to death. Got it. After the bone ape's attack, it lifted its leg and stomped over. At this moment, Night Sorrow had an idea. He thought of the formation patterns he had learned in the passageway. He thought to himself, maybe I can set up that kind of formation pattern and drill into the sand. That way, I can probably continue to delay. With this thought, Night Sorrow immediately drew the formation pattern on a grain of sand in the distance. When the bone ape's foot stomped down, Night Sorrow's figure had already appeared in the sand and just happened to dodge the attack. At this moment, he had completely retracted his divine origin energy and power of merit, reducing his aura to the weakest. Roar! With one stomp, Night Sorrow actually disappeared into thin air. This made the bone ape so angry that it roared. Where did you hide? Unable to sense Night Sorrow's aura, the bone ape began to frantically stomp on the position where Night Sorrow had just disappeared. At this moment, Night Sorrow was only 100 miles away from his previous position. He could clearly feel every attack of the bone ape. Let's see where you can hide. The bone ape that was stomping around in a frenzy suddenly stopped attacking as it remembered the power of spirit. Chapter 25:14. Not good. The skeletal ape's consciousness is so powerful that I've been discovered. Since he had been discovered, Night Sorrow immediately emerged from the gravel to continue searching for his next target. However, he discovered that the skeletal ape's consciousness had completely locked onto him. There was no way to escape. Use the 7-star Berserk Alcade? No, I'll soon suffer a backlash if I use it. Even if I can last until the formation activates and kill the skeletal ape, I'll definitely be targeted by others. Apart from Yao Shi, Yun Tianyi, Huang Lai, and Yun Sangping, Night Sorrow had encountered some sort of situation before. He had no choice but to be on guard. After thinking for a moment, Night Sorrow used the boundless body tempering art to absorb the energy in his right arm and used the 7-star Berserk Fekta to increase his strength by 3 times. After his strength increased, he tried to combine his divine Yuan Qi and virtuous energy to use the dragon-locking formation again. Surprisingly, he was able to control the skeletal ape. Roar! The skeletal ape was on the verge of collapse after being controlled again. This time, it used almost a breath to break free. Night Sorrow hadn't run very far while the skeletal ape was trapped. After escaping, he immediately jumped up and attacked. Freeze! Night Sorrow knew that the longer he delayed, the more hope he had. He didn't hesitate to use the dragon-locking formation again. However, this time, the skeletal ape was completely immune to the dragon-locking formation. How can this be? Night Sorrow was very surprised that the skeletal ape was completely immune to the dragon-locking formation. He could only choose to take the skeletal ape's punch head-on. Boom! Night Sorrow, who had been prepared for his body to be smashed to pieces, didn't expect that the skeletal ape would be the one sent flying after this collision. He was completely unharmed. 9 dragons to the heavens. The formation has already been activated. At this moment, Night Sorrow raised his head to look at the distant plains. He discovered that 9 massive dragons had already risen into the air above. These dragons were quietly floating in the sky, guarding a pearl above the valley. However, they had weakened the skeletal ape to the level of a low-level high god. Kill! The bone ape, whose strength had suddenly been weakened, seemed to have lost its intelligence as it mindlessly attacked Night Sorrow. However, its strength had already been weakened to such an extent. How could it be a match for Night Sorrow? After a few rounds, he was completely killed. Night Sorrow was surprised that the insufferably arrogant bone ape had become so weak after being weakened. However, he didn't have the time to think too much about it. After the bone ape died, it immediately turned into a golden key. Beside the key was a key fragment. This fragment was similar to the one he had obtained from the hall. It was clearly a fragment of the same key. In addition, beside the key and the key fragment was a fist-sized blue energy crystal core. This energy crystal core contained an extremely powerful God Yuan Qi. It was clearly the energy source of the bone ape. Next to the blue energy crystal core was a black crystal that contained soul power. They're all good stuff. After putting away the key and the key fragment, Knight Sorrow thought for a moment and put away the black crystal core. Then, he threw the blue energy crystal core into the Samsara halberd, allowing it to absorb energy to repair the halberd. Not long after, the Samsara halberd was completely repaired. Its aura was even stronger than before. Yao Shi, how are things on your side? I've already got the key. Yun Tianyi, how are things on your side? I've already got the key. After repairing the Samsara halberd, Knight Sorrow immediately transmitted his voice to Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi. They had exchanged voice transmission stones and could communicate over long distances. I'm collecting the magic pearl in the center of the formation. The energy it contains is very pure. It's definitely something good. Yao Shi's voice immediately came from the voice transmission stone. It's good that you've got the key. I'm refining the dragon crystal core. Yun Tianyi's situation was similar to Yao Shi's. He was refining the dragon crystal core. Actually, they weren't the only ones who obtained good stuff. Chen Chuyue and the rest were the same. All of them obtained benefits. All of them chose to refine it on the spot. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the Green Stone Palace. The key is with me. We'll take the initiative. After receiving Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi's reply, Knight Sorrow transmitted his voice to them and flew back to the entrance of the Green Stone Palace. No matter what, they had relied on everyone's strength to successfully obtain the key. Knight Sorrow didn't choose to secretly use the key to open the door. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and recovered from his injuries. After a while, Knight Sorrow, who had suffered the backlash of the 7 stars berserk, was obviously weakened. He didn't have any extra divine essence energy to repair his right arm. At this moment, his right arm had returned to its normal shape. However, he couldn't use it for battle. Looks like I can only wait for Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi to come and ask them for some healing elixirs. Knight Sorrow's elixirs had all been crushed into powder by the skeletal ape and scattered in the void. He didn't have any elixirs with him now. Not long after, the other 10 invincible feather gods arrived at the entrance of the Green Stone Palace. Chen Chuyue immediately looked at Knight Sorrow and asked, "Did you get the key?" "I got it." Knight Sorrow nodded. The atmosphere on the platform became subtle because of these 2 simple sentences. Nie Qingping seemed to be a little restless. Yan Jiannan also secretly began to condense divine essence energy. "Since you got the key, then decide who will open the palace door." After confirming that Knight Sorrow had the key, Chen Chuyue immediately used his divine domain and spoke sharply. "He. I was the one who thought of the plan. I was the one who delayed the skeletal ape. I was also the one who got the key. Naturally, I will be the one to open the palace." Knight Sorrow responded coldly to Chen Chuyue's words. He had risked his life to deal with the skeletal ape. The others had only expended some divine essence energy. Naturally, he should be the one to open the palace door. Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin were the ones who thought of the plan. The skeletal ape was killed by our combined efforts. Why should you be the one to open the palace door? If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the key. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Nie Qingping, who had suffered at the hands of Knight Sorrow, immediately stood up. "If I hadn't lured the skeletal ape away, you would never have had the chance to enter the Green Stone Palace. This is logic. If you don't want to talk, then let's fight." Knight Sorrow immediately activated his divine domain and prepared to attack. Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi immediately gathered around Knight Sorrow and activated their divine domains as well. "There's no need to fight. We have a total of 11 feather gods here. Let's vote to decide who will open the palace door." We all swore that we wouldn't fight before entering the palace. Let's settle this through voting. Chinchuyue smiled coldly and said, "Those who support me in opening the palace door, stand behind me." After she finished speaking, Nie Qingping, Zhua Heng, and Yan Jiannan immediately stood behind her. Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin hesitated for a moment before standing on their side. Even Huang Lai and Yun Sunping chose to support her. Chapter 25:15. Huang Lai, Yun Sunping, I didn't expect the two of you to stand on Chinchuyue's side. Knight Sorrow wasn't surprised that the others stood on Chinchuyue's side. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw Huang Lai and Yun Sunping stand on Chinchuyue's side without hesitation. They could have been friends, but it seemed like they would soon have to fight to the death. They could share the opportunity they found, but they could only fight to the death if they stood on the opposite side. Knight Sorrow, although you saved the two of us from the trapping array, you're wise. The three of you obviously don't have the strength to fight against Fairy Chuyue. Aren't Sang Ping and I looking for death by standing on your side? From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. If you don't hand over the key to Fairy Chuyue, don't blame me for being merciless. After choosing to stand on Chinchuyue's side, Huang Lai immediately showed hostility toward Knight Sorrow. In his opinion, Chinchuyue's lineup was almost the top 10 in the Feather God realm in the Dark Moon Dominators area. Yao Shi, Knight Sorrow, and Yun Tianyi weren't enough. Hand over the palace key, or you'll die a horrible death. Yun Sunping also scolded. Following Chinchuyue was the result of his and Huang Lai's research. Hee, good, very good. We'll fight again if we meet again. Seeing Huang Lai and Yun Sunping's performance, Knight Sorrow raised his hand and applauded them. Ha! 8-3, there's no doubt about it. Your Majesty has won. Knight Sorrow, hand over the key. Chinchuyue laughed out loud. The person who entered the Green Stone Palace first might have a special opportunity. Now that she had an obvious advantage in strength, she was in a good mood. So what if it's 8-3? The key is in my hands, and I have veto power. Yao Shi, Tianyi, let's go. Knight Sorrow didn't approve of Chinchuyue's so-called vote at all. After he and Yao Shi sent a voice transmission to Yun Tianyi, he used the Merit Dragon locking array to trap Chinchuyue. Together with Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi, they rushed to the entrance of the Bluestone Palace. Chinchuyue was trapped. Everyone wanted to stop her, but they were all afraid that they would be killed by Yao Shi. No one dared to rush to the front. They all used their divine weapons and attacked Knight Sorrow, Yao Shi, and Yun Tianyi. Break! Yao Shi immediately used her Frost Brow sword to create a rain of swords in the face of the oncoming divine weapons and divine light. This attack was very domineering. The energy ripples sent all the divine artifacts flying. At the same time, Knight Sorrow, who seized the opportunity, instantly opened the door of the Bluestone Palace. The moment the door of the Bluestone Palace opened, an extremely rich divine spirit chi spewed out. It made people feel very comfortable. Knight Sorrow, who was looking through the door into the palace, immediately reminded them, these are all good things. Let's rush in quickly. At this moment, in the palace, one could see elixirs or treasures at any random glance. Clearly, the treasures of Divine Lord Jinyuan's cave abode had been completely opened. All right. Let's go. Yao Shi had expended a lot of energy in her previous attack. When she heard Knight Sorrow's words, she immediately sheathed her sword and rushed into the palace with him. Knight Sorrow, Yao Shi, and Yun Tianyi had a tacit understanding. They didn't stay on the first floor of the palace to collect the elixirs or divine weapons. Instead, they ran straight for the palace's staircase. When they entered the palace, they realized that they couldn't fly. They could only run with their movement techniques. Damn it, it's so frustrating. I saw a bunch of good things, but I can't collect them. As they ran to the second floor, Yun Tianyi cursed indignantly. Don't be anxious. The good things must be at the back. Let's explore first. There's no rush to take action. Knight Sorrow didn't think much of it. He felt that although the items in the hall on the first floor weren't bad, they were still slightly inferior to supreme-grade items. That seems to be the case. However, giving the items to them feels like running away. I don't feel good about it, Yun Tianyi complained. If we were in our peak condition, even if it was 3 against 8, we would still be able to fight. However, when I was fighting against the bone ape, I suffered a serious backlash from using a mystic technique. I also lost an arm and am in a very bad state. Night Sorrow explained and said, "Does any of you have elixirs that can quickly recover from injuries? If you want to fight, I just need to recover. I have some divine soul recovery elixirs here. I'll give you 4. Yao Shi was relatively wealthy. She immediately handed Night Sorrow 4 elixirs. Thank you. This is just what I need. Night Sorrow didn't argue. He took the divine soul recovery elixirs and swallowed 2. He quickly recovered completely. At this time, the 3 of them had rushed up the stairs to the 7th floor. Chen Shuyue and the others didn't chase after them. Let's take a look first. How many floors does this Bluestone Palace have? Then we'll make other plans. The Bluestone Palace's exterior seemed to be towering into the clouds, but they couldn't tell how many floors there were. Night Sorrow felt that they could first reach the top and take a look at the number of floors. Once they had an idea, they could turn back and do other things. Yes, that's fine. I agree. Yun Tianyi immediately agreed. However, she then said unhappily, however, if there are more floors, those B***Chis might gain a lot of benefits. Don't worry. We'll give them a surprise soon. In response, Night Sorrow's lips curled into a smile. He continued to climb up with Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi. Finally, they found that this Bluestone Palace had 33 floors. 33 floors seems to have a special meaning. On the top floor, Yao Shi said as she looked at the blurry scene in the palace. What special meaning? Yun Tianyi immediately asked curiously. My master said that the God Realm once had a king-grade divine artifact called the Temple of the 33 Days. The Temple of the 33 Days he described is very similar to this palace. I suspect that this Bluestone Palace is the Temple of the 33 Days. Yao Shi's expression was elegant as she softly voiced her suspicions. If that's the case, then the most important treasure in this Bluestone Palace is the Bluestone Palace itself. Yao Shi's words made Night Sorrow's heart skip a beat. However, he also knew that it was very difficult to make a king-grade divine artifact recognize him as its master. At this moment, Night Sorrow thought of the sky-piercing bone pagoda in the endless bone realm. They were too far away now, so he couldn't sense the situation in the bone pagoda. No one who made the sky-piercing bone pagoda recognize him as its master had a good ending. This matter had always been weighing on his mind. It is indeed a treasure. However, if we want to take it, we'll probably have to go through some trouble. What should we do next? The king-grade divine artifact was too far away for Yun Tianyi to be interested. He only wanted to find some opportunities as soon as possible to increase his strength. Our next step is naturally to give Chen Shuyue and the others a surprise. They have the advantage in overall strength. If we encounter them, they will definitely kill us. There's no need for us to be polite. Night Sorrow's body was filled with a strong fighting spirit. He said domineeringly, let's turn back now and catch them off guard. When facing the bone ape, he had always chosen to control it and escape. He had been suppressing a fire in his heart. He wanted to have a good battle to completely release it. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel good. Alright, let's destroy them. We'll carefully search the entire palace. Yao Shi, who was also filled with fighting spirit, responded fearlessly. Night Sorrow gave her a lot of confidence. Should we fight to the death or retreat after the sneak attack? Yun Tianyi asked excitedly as the battle was about to begin. Our bottom line is to ensure our own safety. We'll see how the battle develops. I think it's best to kill them all in one fell swoop. After saying this, Night Sorrow walked in front. As he walked, he sent voice transmissions to Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi to discuss the specific battle strategy. Chapter 25:16. They would retreat in order to advance and kill their opponents by surprise. This seemed risky, but it was actually the best choice. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be a match for 3 against 8. According to my estimations, they'll definitely split up. When the time comes, we'll cut the Gordian knot and kill 1 or 2 of them. As they walked down from the 33rd floor, Knight Sorrow transmitted his voice to the 2 of them. When you attack, try to kill them in 1 blow. Also, you have to be wary of their counterattacks before they die. After all, they all have divine talismans. The cultivators who entered the Bluestone Palace or the Temple of the 33 Days were all invincible feather gods. Every one of them was a genius nurtured by their sect, clan, or faction. It was impossible that they didn't have life-saving treasures. You have to be careful of Chinchuyue. Our strength is about the same, but she always has some extremely evil pills or treasures in her hands. For example, the deity-level mind loss pill. The poison feather gods will lose their minds and become bloodthirsty demons. She'll use it whenever she really has to fight for her life. Here are pills specially made to guard against her. Keep them well. If you're poisoned, take them immediately. Yao Shi understood Chinchuyue very well. She knew that she had many tricks up her sleeve. On the way down, she gave Knight Sorrow and Yun Tianyi a few bottles of antidote pills. If we encounter Chinchuyue later, I'll try my best to control her. Yao Shi, you kill the others as quickly as possible. Their biggest weakness is that they formed a temporary team. They each have their own ulterior motives and won't risk their lives for their teammates. Tianyi, you're a bit weak. Just stand at the back and cooperate with Fairy Yao Shi to kill them. Although the Temple of the 33 Days was tall and grand, with Knight Sorrow and the others' strength, it was still very fast for them to go up and down. Knight Sorrow didn't say much before they reached the 6th floor. Up until now, they still hadn't encountered any invincible feather gods, nor had they heard any movement. Be on guard. Yao Shi and I will walk in front. Tianyi will be in charge of the rear. Something's wrong. They're too quiet. When he reached the 4th floor, Knight Sorrow didn't hear anything. He was afraid that using his spiritual energy to investigate would alert the enemy, so he could only be on guard. There's a situation. Get ready. There was no sound on the 4th floor, but when they reached the 3rd and 4th floor, they suddenly heard the vague sounds of fighting. Due to the distance, Zhang Xian was unable to hear clearly, but there was no doubt that there was a fight going on. Could it be internal strife? That shouldn't be the case. Chinchuyue should be able to control the situation. Yun Tianyi immediately said in doubt. It doesn't sound like it, because there's a roaring voice that seems to belong to a high god. Every floor of the Temple of the 33 Days was incomparably huge. Standing at the top of the stairs, the sound was very ethereal. Yun Tianyi couldn't hear clearly, so Yao Shi immediately explained to him. Meanwhile, Yao Shi's pupils suddenly constricted, and she said, I remember now. My master once said. The 3rd, 13th, 23rd, and 33rd floors of the Temple of the 33 Days all have divine generals guarding them. As long as you defeat the divine generals, you will receive a large reward. The 3rd floor's reward is slightly inferior, while the 33rd floor's reward is the best, but it's also very generous. All the more reason for us to take action. We can't let them get the reward no matter what. Knight Sorrow, who was standing at the top of the stairs, thought for a moment and said, We'll encounter them sooner or later. I'll use my spiritual energy to investigate the situation on their side. This will definitely expose us, so we have to prepare for battle. Yes, I'm completely prepared. I can unleash my strongest attack at any time. At this moment, Yao Shi had already opened her divine domain. Her divine domain was suffused with a cold white light, which matched her cold temperament. 3 against 8, it's really a bit nerve-wracking. However, Yun Tianyi, was originally only a gatekeeper of the divine feather list. Now, I can fight with the top divine feather of the Dark Moon divine domain. This is really exciting. Yun Tianyi rubbed her palms together. After absorbing the Divine King's blood essence, her desire for battle was very strong. There's a formation at the top of the stairs. This should be the work of Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin. I can't break this formation, so I can only break it with force. However, if I break it, I'll definitely expose them. No wonder they don't have anyone guarding them. After probing with his spiritual energy, Night Sorrow immediately found a formation. This formation was exactly the same as the one that Yun Tianyi had accidentally entered when he first entered the cave. He wondered where Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin had gotten the materials to set up this formation. In this case, let's kill them. We can't let them get the reward no matter what. This time, Yao Shi drew out the Frostbrow sword from the scabbard and rushed into the formation domineeringly. It only took her a few strikes to break this formation. She was much faster than Night Sorrow and Yun Tianyi back then. Oh no! The formation I set up has been broken. Yao Shi and Night Sorrow have returned. Be careful. The moment the formation was broken, Ji Hao immediately sensed it and issued a warning. Damn it! Why did they have to come when the Divine General guarding the entrance is about to be defeated? Nie Qingping, Zhuo Heng, Yan Jiannan, follow me and stop them. The rest of you, kill the Divine General as soon as possible and split the rewards equally. In the cave of the Zhenyuan Divine Lord, spatial artifacts couldn't be used. Therefore, Chen Chuyue wasn't worried about the distribution of rewards. She wasn't worried about Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin filling their pockets. She was only worried about Night Sorrow and Yao Shi. When they rushed to the stairs, Chen Chuyue transmitted her voice to Zhuo Heng, you're good at hiding. When the battle starts, find a chance to kill Yun Tianyi. Okay. I can definitely kill a piece of trash like Yun Tianyi with one strike. As he spoke, Zhuo Heng, who had been walking beside Chen Chuyue, gradually became blurry and disappeared into thin air. To him, it didn't matter if Yun Tianyi was ranked in the top 50 or the top 100. Even Chen Chuyue, Nie Qingping, and Yan Jiannan couldn't detect his presence. Impressive. Although Nie Qingping was stronger than Zhuo Heng, he was no match for Zhuo Heng when it came to assassination. Seeing Zhuo Heng disappear silently in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He felt that the top 20 experts on the Divine Feather list were no ordinary people. After dealing with Zhuo Heng, Chen Chuyue said to Nie Qingping and Yan Jiannan, if I'm not wrong, Night Sorrow will definitely use that disgusting array to trap me. You two try to stall Yao Shi. When Zhuo Heng kills Yun Tianyi, we'll fight 4 against 2. Yao Shi and Night Sorrow won't be a match for us. At the same time, she took out 2 medicine bottles from her belt and handed them to Nie Qingping and Yan Jiannan. If you can't hold on, use this on Yao Shi. What's this? Yan Jiannan asked curiously. As long as Yao Shi doesn't come into contact with this, she'll soon lose her resistance. A playful smile appeared on Chen Chuyue's face. Okay, we got it. Hearing Chen Chuyue's words, Yan Jiannan smiled knowingly. This is really good stuff. Nie Qingping nodded with a smile. They're here. Get ready to fight. As soon as Nie Qingping spoke, Chen Chuyue reminded him. Chapter 25:17. Soon, the two sides were within 10,000 miles of each other, and they saw the 3 people coming towards them. Chen Chuyue smiled and shook her head. She said coldly, you shouldn't have come back to die. It's no use stalling for time. I won't let you succeed in killing the Divine General. You won't get this reward. Yao Shi, who was holding the Frostbrow sword, looked elegant, but she didn't hesitate in battle. She directly used her secret art, Mysterious Sky Immortal Slaying Sword. She slashed at the weakest person in the local camp, Yan Jiannan. Mysterious Sky Immortal Slaying Sword was one of the signature secret arts of Tianxian School. It was created by the Mysterious Sky Divine King. Yao Shi, who used it, was like a fairy flying from the heavens. She floated in the air and transformed into 9 identical shadows. They slashed at Yan Jiannan one by one. Each figure was like a fairy, light and full of murderous intent. Blood Evil Lotus. Mysterious Sky Immortal Slaying Sword was famous in the Dark Moon Dominator's territory. Yan Jiannan naturally heard of it. Facing Yao Shi's attack, cold sweat appeared on his cheeks. He immediately summoned the Blood Evil Lotus and took a blood-red elixir. After increasing his divine essence, he activated the Blood Evil Lotus to block this attack. He didn't expect Yao Shi to attack Yan Jiannan directly. While blocking, he transmitted a message to Qin Chuyue, "I'm not her opponent. Save me. Don't worry. Nie Qingping is here. He can help you block this attack." Qin Chuyue transmitted a message to Yan Jiannan. On the surface, she used the red armillary sash to block the attack, but she didn't move much. She felt that she would be trapped by Night Sorrow's array immediately. Night Sorrow had the ability to form an array in a year. She couldn't dodge at all. She could only launch a fierce attack after being trapped and break the array. At the same time, Nie Qingping took out a bell from his belt and instantly enlarged it, covering Yan Jiannan's head to defend against Yao Shi's attack. Zhuo Heng, who was in hiding, quietly crept behind Yun Tianyi. He was prepared to assassinate Yun Tianyi as soon as Night Sorrow made his move. He wanted to kill him in one strike. It's done. As long as Yun Tianyi is dead, Night Sorrow will be distracted by Zhuo Heng and won't have time to take care of me. We've won this battle. As long as we get rid of them, the thing that Lord Father wants me to snatch will definitely fall into my hands. Noticing that Zhuo Heng was already in place and that Night Sorrow, Ao Shi, and Yun Tianyi hadn't noticed, Qin Chuyue was immediately overjoyed. She felt that she was not far from the goal of this trip. Paying the price to invite so many experts was completely worth it. Virtuous Dragon Locking Array. Trap. At this moment, Night Sorrow performed the Virtuous Dragon Locking Array. However, his target was not Qin Chuyue, but Zhuo Heng, who was sneaking over. Others couldn't see through Zhuo Heng's movement technique, but Night Sorrow's sea serpent's eye could see through it. He had been discovered when he sneaked over. He even told Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi about it. However, the three of them pretended not to see him and deliberately let him lurk behind them. Naturally, they were preparing to launch a counterattack. Kill. Night Sorrow's Virtuous Dragon Locking Array had just trapped Zhuo Heng inside. The virtual shadow attacked Yan Jiannan and Yao Shi continuously, while the real body immediately slashed toward the Virtuous Dragon Locking Array. This was the essence of the Tianxian Immortal Slaying Sword. Formless Sword Array. Kill. 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 Yun Tianyi, who was the closest to Zhuo Heng, immediately turned around and performed the Formless Sword Array, which was very powerful. In an instant, countless swords rained down on the Virtuous Dragon Locking Array. On the other side, Night Sorrow, who had used the Virtuous Dragon Locking formation, was not idle either. He activated the Essence Smoke Beacon and the Star's Dominating Body. He used the Samsara Halberd, which had just been repaired and become more powerful, to launch a brand new Samsara Strike. Fairy Chuyue, help! Zhuo Heng, who was trapped in the Virtuous Dragon Locking Array, had no experience of being trapped, so he was a little confused when he was trapped. Before he could react, powerful sword shadows and spear shadows attacked him continuously. Yao Shi, Night Sorrow, and Yun Tianyi's attacks landed on Zhuo Heng's body one after another. Zhuo Heng's specialty was ambushes and assassinations, not defense. He didn't even have time to activate his life-saving measures before he was blasted apart. Both his Dantian and Spirit Sea were shattered, and his divine soul was completely destroyed. Damn it, how could this be? Zhuo Heng, who was ranked in the top 20 of the Divine Feather list and the fourth person in the Divine Feather realm in the Dark Moon Dominator's area, was good at assassination. After entering the cave, except for the battle with the Immortal General, he was killed without making a single move. This was too unexpected. Qin Chuyue was so angry that she couldn't help but roar. Originally, she had the upper hand, but with Zhuo Heng's death, the situation immediately changed subtly. This is all because of this Yishang. We have to kill him first, no matter the cost. Qin Chuyue, who knew that Night Sorrow must have found Zhuo Heng, roared angrily. Then she transmitted a message to Ji Hao and the others, saying, "Give up on the immortal general for now. Come and kill Night Sorrow and Yao Shi." Fairy Chuyue and the others can't hold on anymore. The immortal general was about to be killed, but then he heard Qin Chuyue's summon. Ji Hao was a little surprised. He thought that Qin Chuyue's team was a golden team, and they could easily crush the Divine Feather Realm in the Dark Moon Dominator's area. It's possible. I have a feeling that Night Sorrow's skills are strange. He's not easy to deal with. Leng Ningxin sighed. She was a little afraid of Night Sorrow. They have Yao Shi and Night Sorrow. They're not easy to deal with. No matter what, Fairy Chuyue summoned us. We must go. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble if she gets angry. Although Huang Lai was the young master of a sect, he was nothing compared to Qin Chuyue. After he finished speaking, the four of them left the area where the immortal general was and went to support the battle. Let's finish this quickly. We must kill one more before their reinforcements arrive. This time, our target is Yan Jiannan. I'll trap him. Yun Tianyi, help me kill him. Yao Shi, hold off Qin Chuyue and Nie Qingping. After Zhuoheng died, he left behind a monarch god talisman and a crystal clear pearl. This monarch god talisman was different from Yao Shi's and Qin Chuyue's. It was not made by an invincible monarch god but by a high-level superior god. However, Night Sorrow was quite satisfied with the talisman. It meant that he had another life-saving talisman. Night Sorrow put away the talisman and handed the pearl to Yun Tianyi. He raised his Samsara halberd and used Inferno Demon on Yan Jiannan. Time was of the essence, so he didn't give anything to Yao Shi. He planned to make it up to her later. At the same time, Night Sorrow used the power of good karma to cast the karmic dragonlock formation to trap Yan Jiannan. Once the formation was cast, Yan Jiannan, who was trapped, knew that he was going to be attacked. However, he couldn't resist and was immediately burned. Nie Qingping, let's ignore Yan Jiannan and focus on killing Night Sorrow. Now that he's casting the formation, he won't be able to take care of himself. If nothing unexpected happens, Yao Shi will stop me. I'll leave the chance to kill Night Sorrow to you. Qin Chuyue ruthlessly made a prompt decision when her well-designed plan was ruined. To her, even if 10 Yan Jiannan died, it would be worth it if she could kill Night Sorrow. Chapter 25:18. Qin Chuyue made such a decision. If Yao Shi chose to attack Yan Jiannan, then Night Sorrow would very likely be killed by her and Nie Qingping. If Yao Shi chose to stop him, then with Nie Qingping's interference, Yishan definitely wouldn't have the chance to kill Yan Jiannan. It could be considered a success in besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, and also a gain. As for Yun Tianyi, Qin Chuyue didn't care at all. She felt that he wouldn't be able to affect the battle at all and wouldn't be able to kill Yan Jiannan in a short time. After the furious Qin Chuyue and Nie Qingping reacted, Yao Shi chose to protect Night Sorrow without hesitation and blocked Qin Chuyue. Night Sorrow wielded the Samsara Heavenly Halberd and fought with Nie Qingping. This time, Night Sorrow couldn't use his god energy or the virtuous dragon-locking formation against Nie Qingping. He could only choose to fight head-on. Nie Qingping was ranked in the top 20 of the Divine Realm's Feather God list. He was naturally powerful and wasn't restricted by the trapping formation. The heaven-seeking bell floated above his head for defense and the green stone halberd in his hand. Let's see how you're going to fight me without that trapping formation. Trash Middle Feather God. Facing Night Sorrow, Nie Qingping was very confident. He was very talkative during the battle. However, the heaven-seeking bell's defense was indeed very high. He had the capital to boast. This bell is very good. It can stack with the defensive magic robe. I must think of a way to kill Nie Qingping and take the bell. Night Sorrow, who couldn't use his power of virtue, was at a slight disadvantage. He didn't have any extra energy to attack Yan Jiannan, who was trapped in the trapping formation. He pondered over Nie Qingping's bell and wanted to take it. At this time, Yun Tianyi, who was completely ignored, was so angry that her hands were trembling. How dare you look down on me? I'm also someone who has the Divine King's inheritance. Cloud Desolate Heaven-Splitting Sword. Yun Tianyi, who felt defeated, immediately used the ultimate technique she learned from the Divine King of the Cloud Wilderness and slashed at Yan Jiannan, who was in the array formation. Yan Jiannan, who was trapped in the virtuous dragon locking formation and had just been burned by the flames, had already hidden inside the Blood Fiend Lotus platform and used it to defend himself. Yun Tianyi's Cloud Desolate Heaven-Cleaving Sword only slashed out a white sword chi. It didn't look very powerful, but after slashing into Night Sorrow's virtuous dragon locking array, it immediately broke through the defense of the Blood Fiend Lotus platform. The key point of this Cloud Desolate Heaven-Splitting Sword was the word, destroy. It had a very strong destructive effect on magic treasures and divine realms. It could often turn something rotten into something magical. What move is this? After the Blood Fiend Lotus platform was broken, Yan Jiannan immediately panicked in the trapping array. After hesitating for a moment, he took out the half-step Divine Lord Realm Divine Talisman. However, even with the Divine Talisman in his hand, he still didn't make the decision to use it. After all, he was the same as everyone else. He had made a heavenly Tao oath. As long as he used the Divine Talisman, he would suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao oath. Blood-burning mystic art. Divine palm. In the end, Yan Jiannan didn't dare to violate the heavenly Tao oath. He used a mystic art to increase his strength and used his ultimate technique to continuously attack the virtuous dragon locking array's defense. However, just as he loosened the array formation a little, Yun Tianyi's Cloud Desolate Heaven-Splitting Sword attacked again, directly breaking through his divine realm. What followed was the rain of thousands of swords brought by the phaseless sword array. After being attacked continuously in the trapping array, Yan Jiannan couldn't say anything. Even if Yun Tianyi's attack power was limited, it wasn't something he could use his body to resist. Not long later, he couldn't hold on anymore and was forcefully exhausted to death. After Yan Jiannan was exhausted to death, Night Sorrow regained control of his power of virtue. When he fought with Nie Qingping again, the pressure on him lessened. He immediately trapped him in the virtuous dragon locking array and shouted to Yun Tianyi, "Continue to use the Cloud Desolate Heaven-Splitting Sword from just now." He hoped that Yun Tianyi could break through the Heaven-Seeking Bell's defense. This way, he might be able to kill Nie Qingping. As long as he killed him, the Heaven-Seeking Bell would naturally be his. Alright. However, my divine essence energy is almost exhausted. I can only use one last attack. Yun Tianyi responded and used the Cloud Desolate Heaven-Splitting Sword. After using this move, he lost the ability to fight. He had already used up the pills that could instantly recover his energy. Night Sorrow didn't have any either. Although Yao Shi had some, Shi and Qinshu had already reached the climax of their battle and couldn't use any. The two of them had almost the same strength. The battle was very intense and they couldn't care about anything else. Thus, the exhausted Yun Tianyi could only stand at the back and watch Night Sorrow and Yao Shi's battle. Luckily, the other party didn't have any extra battle power. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed. It doesn't seem to have any effect. Night Sorrow originally thought that Yun Tianyi's attack could break through the Heaven-Seeking Bell's defense. However, the result clearly disappointed him. Yun Tianyi's Cloud Desolate Heaven-Splitting Sword didn't have any effect after using it. The other party's reinforcements are here. We need to avoid them for now. I'll trap Qinshu. Yao Shi, prepare to intercept Nie Qingping. After that, take Yun Tianyi with me and go back upstairs. Night Sorrow used the Sea Serpent's eye to see that Ji Hao and the others had already arrived. Their situation wasn't good and they could only choose to retreat temporarily. This time, they had successfully killed Zhuo Heng and Yan Jiannan. The harvest was already good. Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi were also quite satisfied. After hearing Night Sorrow's voice transmission, Yao Shi immediately used her movement technique and returned to Yun Tianyi's side. Night Sorrow gave up on restraining Nie Qingping and used the virtuous dragon locking array to temporarily restrain Qinshu. He knew that Qinshu was strong enough and would be able to break out of the array soon. After shooting the reincarnation spear at Nye Qingping, he began to retreat. Yao Shi, who had retreated to Yun Tianyi's side, also slashed out several sword auras to block Nye Qingping's pursuit. Fairy Yao Shi, do you have any elixirs that can recover divine essence power? Please give me one. Yun Tianyi, who had been brought back upstairs by Night Sorrow and Yao Shi, immediately asked. Now that everyone was in a life and death situation together, he didn't hold back. Yes, take it and consume it. We can only continue to fight with them if we quickly recover our strength. Yao Shi felt very refreshed in the battle just now. She really wanted to cut the Gordian knot and get rid of a few more opponents. I'm afraid I can't fight anymore for the time being. Something's wrong with my condition. There's something wrong with my power of virtue. At this moment, Night Sorrow suddenly spoke up. Night Sorrow immediately felt that something was wrong when he used the virtuous dragon locking array on Qinqiuyue. He knew that he had been using his power of virtue too frequently recently and had already caused damage to his body. He couldn't use it again for a short period of time. This sudden change had a huge impact on the situation. Is this the price of using special powers? How do you feel? Yao Shi was very knowledgeable and had heard of some special powers, such as the power of virtue, the power of destiny, and the dragon chi of the human emperor. Now that Night Sorrow had suffered a backlash, his body's condition was very bad. She immediately frowned. This was equivalent to a warning from the heavenly Tao. If they didn't take it seriously, the consequences would be very serious. As long as I don't continue to use my power of virtue, there shouldn't be any impact. However, my strongest power is my power of virtue. Being unable to use it will have a huge impact on the battle. For now, we can only avoid it. Night Sorrow replied. He felt that if he wanted to use his power of virtue again, he might need another breakthrough in his power of virtue. This is really a huge blow. Yun Tianyi, who had just swallowed a pill to recover his god essence energy, originally thought that he could continue the battle. Now, he suffered a blow to his head. After losing Night Sorrow's special power, he realized how perverse it was. But Qinqiuyue's side has 2 people killed. He must be furious and will give up on the 3rd floor's divine generals. Where should we escape to? Yao Shi, who realized the critical situation, couldn't help but worry. Chapter 25:19. Don't panic. The Temple of the 33 Days is big enough. We can enter any floor and stall for time while waiting for an opportunity. Although I can't use my power of virtue, I still have my basic combat strength. If I can't avoid it, I can at least fight. During the battle, Night Sorrow didn't use the 7-star Violent Alcade. This was his trump card. If he used it, he could kill Huang Lai or Yun Sangping instantly. After all, even if he couldn't use the virtuous dragon locking formation, he could still use the divine origin dragon locking formation. As for Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin, their techniques were too strange. They could teleport back and forth, so it wouldn't be easy to kill them. With this thought, Night Sorrow gradually recovered from the shock of not being able to use his power of virtue. He said again, let's go to the 23rd floor. Let's see if we can find a place to hide. If we can't find a place to hide, we'll go to the area where the divine generals are and make use of them. Okay, that's our ideal choice. Seeing Night Sorrow's calmness, Yao Shi gradually calmed down. She dispersed her battle intent and rushed to the 23rd floor at full speed. She knew that Night Sorrow had a reason for choosing this floor. If Qinqiuyue and the others caught up with them, they could at least make use of the powerful immortal generals to start an uncontrollable chaotic battle and find an opportunity in the chaotic battle. If they didn't chase, they would definitely return to the 3rd floor to kill the divine generals. After killing the divine generals on the 3rd floor, they would go to the 13th floor. This way, the 3 of them might have a chance to kill the divine generals on the 23rd floor. As for the divine generals on the 33rd floor, Night Sorrow judged that they were at least as strong as the half-step divine Lord Bone Ape. It might be difficult for the 3 of them to kill them. Follow me. Be careful. Night Sorrow's divine sense was very strong. He could sense that Chinchuyue and the others were still chasing after them. When they approached the 23rd floor, he opened the sea serpent's eye and observed the situation from the stairs. The god spirit chi on the 23rd floor was very dense. It seemed to be 10 times denser than the divine world. The surface of the floor was as firm as iron, and it was densely covered with milky white mist. This mist was humid, and it would cover a part of the divine soul power. However, Night Sorrow's sea serpent eye was completely unobstructed. He could see things thousands of miles away. After observing for a while, Night Sorrow reminded Yao Shi and Yuntiani, it's all flat land within 5,000 miles, and there's no trace of a formation. Let's speed up a little. Otherwise, if they catch up, they'll easily discover us. Night Sorrow, Yao Shi, and Yuntiani were all invincible feather gods. Originally, they could fly very quickly, but when they reached the 23rd floor, they realized that the gravity here was different from the god realm. They could only jump, and they couldn't fly stably at all. So, they quickly ran into the distance. This floor is much wider than the 3rd floor. After traveling about 30,000 miles into the depths of the 23rd floor, Night Sorrow saw a towering mountain peak. After climbing up with Yao Shi and Yuntiani, he saw an extremely vast scene. Below the mountain peak was a long river that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. On the other side of the river was the boundless Kuei forest. These Kuei trees were not densely distributed, but each of them reached straight into the clouds. They covered a very large area, and the spirit chi between the trees was very dense. It was almost impossible to see through the branches and leaves. This forest seems to be able to completely block the divine soul power. I can't detect far at all. Night Sorrow had been using the sea serpent eye to observe the Kuei forest in front of them. Yao Shi, who was beside him, suddenly spoke. She wanted to use her divine soul power to detect whether there was danger in the Kuei forest, but she realized that her divine soul power could only detect the edge of the Kuei forest. It couldn't penetrate into the forest at all. This made her somewhat fearful of the unknown Kuei forest. She was afraid that there was a crisis that they couldn't deal with. If it can really block the divine soul power, then we can hide inside and wait for Chinchuyue and the others to catch up. Then, we can launch a sneak attack. That way, we might be able to kill 1 or 2 of them. Hearing Yao Shi say that the Kuei forest could block the divine soul power, Night Sorrow immediately investigated. When he found that the truth was the same as what Yao Shi said, he couldn't help but smile. He secretly thought that there was a silver lining in the dark. He said, we'll wait for Chinchuyue and the others on the mountain. If they catch up, we'll immediately cross the river and enter the Kuei forest. I have the sea serpent eye, so I have a great advantage in the Kuei forest. Okay. Yao Shi didn't say much. She could feel confidence from Night Sorrow's calmness. They're here. They've caught up. Are we going to enter the Kuei forest? Not long after, Yuntiani, who had been looking into the distance, discovered the figures of Chinchuyue and the others. Leave them a shadow. Let's enter the Kuei forest. While waiting, Night Sorrow had been using the sea serpent eye to observe the Kuei forest on the other side of the river to see if there was any danger inside. He didn't find anything unusual in the area he was looking at, so he asked Yao Shi and Yuntiani to follow him across the river and enter the Kuei forest. They've entered the 23rd level just as Fairy Chuyue expected. But it seems a little strange. Is there a trap? Seeing Night Sorrow and the others disappear from the mountain peak, Nie Qingping suddenly felt that something was wrong. He felt that Night Sorrow and the others were deliberately waiting for them. I underestimated Night Sorrow just now, so I lost Suaheng and Yan Jiannan. This time, we'll all go out. They're definitely no match for us. Also, use the things I gave you when you have the chance. Don't hold back. As long as we get rid of them, all the resources in the cave abode will belong to us. After losing Zuaheng and Yan Jiannan, Chinchuyue was a little annoyed. At the same time, he was a little carried away and focused on killing Night Sorrow. He felt that this time, Night Sorrow was in the way. If it weren't for him, he would have taken control of the situation. Night Sorrow has the power of merit. It won't be easy to deal with someone like him. We have to be very careful. We can't fall into his trap. Huang Lai, who originally wanted to form a good relationship with Night Sorrow, was a little regretful and a little afraid. Zhuo Heng and Yan Jiannan, who were in the top 20 and top 30 of the God of Feathers list, had both been killed. While chasing, he felt a sense of danger. He was afraid that Yi Shang would disregard everything and kill him in a battle. I'll fight at the front and do my best to protect you. Qin Chiyue, who sensed that the team's morale was shaky, frowned. She could feel Huang Lai's anxiety from the bottom of his heart. In fact, Huang Lai wasn't the only one who felt guilty. Ji Hao and Leng Ningxin, who had lost to Night Sorrow before, were also very nervous. Qin Chiyue was very strong. It wouldn't be easy for Yao Shi and Night Sorrow to kill her. Nie Qingping had the Heaven's Inquisition bell and the defensive robe to protect him. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. When the battle started, the weaker ones would be in an awkward position. If the battle starts, we have to protect ourselves. If the situation goes south, we have to retreat immediately. This cave abode's opportunity might not be ours. Ji Hao transmitted to Leng Ningxin while chasing after Kuei Shulin. He felt that he was in a dilemma. He wanted to retreat, but he was afraid that Qin Chiyue would target him. Huang Lai and Yun Sangping were also talking. They had originally come to fight for the opportunity, but now it seemed that they had become cannon fodder. Chapter 25-20. Be careful, everyone. This Kuei Shulin is a bit weird. Night Sorrow, who was walking in the front, observed the front with the Mirage Dragon's eye and didn't see anything unusual. However, in his heart, a strange sense of danger suddenly rose. It's so quiet that it's creepy. Where should we hide? After they entered the locust tree forest, the white mist was very thick and blocked their soul power, which made Yun Tianyi very uncomfortable. He meant that they should hide somewhere so that they could target Qin Chiyue and the others better. Let's go deeper. They must be very vigilant at the edge. Don't go more than 100 kilometers away from me. The spiritual energy here is too strong, and it blocks our soul power. It's easy to get separated. Night Sorrow explained as they walked deeper into the locust tree forest. He felt that as long as Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi were in his sight, the three of them wouldn't get separated. However, as they walked, Night Sorrow realized that something was wrong. Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi, who were next to him a moment ago, suddenly disappeared. The locust tree in front of him kept changing its position, as if it were teleporting. A trapping array. The locust trees immediately formed a trapping array when they moved. The two of them must have been trapped by the locust trees too. Observing Night Sorrow with the Mirage Dragon's eye, he knew that he couldn't panic if he wanted to break the array. He calmed himself down and analyzed the patterns of the locust trees' changes. Huh? Yao Shi, why aren't you wearing any clothes? All of a sudden, Yi Shang saw Yao Shi's figure sway as she walked out of the forest, completely naked. Even her feet were bare, and they squeaked when she stepped on the fallen leaves. Qin Chiyue. Following behind Yao Shi was Qin Chiyue, who was also naked. She also had a lustful look on her face and swayed seductively as she walked. Leng Ningxin. That was not the end of it. A moment later, even Leng Ningxin came forward naked. Following behind them were hundreds and thousands of gorgeous beauties. Each and every one of them was incomparably alluring. Illusion, this is definitely an illusion. Break for me. Night Sorrow, who had been absent-minded for a short while, immediately shook his soul and tried to dispel these strange images. However, it was to no avail. Come on. Night Sorrow, possess me. No, Night Sorrow, come and take me. Hold me tight, the coquettish voice kept ringing in Night Sorrow's heart. It was very seductive and brought him a lot of disturbance. After resisting for a while, Night Sorrow suddenly thought of an array formation. He immediately shivered and woke up. 5 elements scholar flower formation. This kind of array formation would continuously turn trees into beautiful women, tempting cultivators with weak willpower. It would cause their thoughts to turn into lust, and from lust to lust, and from lust to burn their bodies. In the end, they would die extremely miserably. This was a very famous trap array, the 5 elements scholar flower formation. Cultivators who had experienced the affairs of men and women would all fall for it. Demons and monsters, break for me. How dare you do this? After waking up, Night Sorrow realized that the divine essence he had supplied to the sea serpent eye was a little insufficient. He immediately gathered the divine essence for the sea serpent eye to absorb. When the divine essence was completely absorbed by the sea serpent eye, Night Sorrow, who saw the scene in front of him, immediately shouted. There were no beauties around him. All of them were tree roots and branches that wrapped around him. At this moment, he had already been wrapped up like a dumpling. These things are so tough. I can't break free at all. Night Sorrow, who wanted to break free immediately, realized that the roots and branches of these scholar trees were as tough as half-step divine Lord Bone Apes. He could not break free at all with his physical strength. This won't do. Samsara halberd, burn for me. Since he could not break free with his physical strength, Night Sorrow immediately let the Samsara halberd ignite flames on its own. After being burned by the flames, these tree roots and branches loosened slightly but did not completely loosen. It's effective. Continue to increase the flames of the Samsara halberd and use the power of the Bone Ape's energy crystal core. After realizing that the flames had some effect, Night Sorrow continued to activate the Samsara halberd. He knew that the divine essence contained in the Bone Ape's energy crystal core was very terrifying. It was not something that the Samsara halberd could consume in a short period of time. He let the Samsara halberd use the divine essence in the energy crystal core directly. After being strengthened by the divine essence in the energy crystal core, the grade of the flames immediately reached the half-step divine lord level. After being burned by such strong flames, the tree roots and branches that bound Night Sorrow dissipated instantly. If I did not obtain the Bone Ape's energy crystal core, I'm afraid this stage would be very difficult. The Bone Ape's essence energy crystal core is so useful. The divine soul crystal core should also be put to good use. Night Sorrow, who knew that it was very difficult to break the 5 elements Sephora flower array, immediately looked for Yao Shi and Yun Tianyi after escaping. As for the Bone Ape's energy crystal core, he only thought about it briefly and did not think much about it. After walking for a short distance, he saw Yao Shi, who was dressed in white, coming from afar. Yao Shi had actually escaped from the array. She must be someone with a strong will and special means. In fact, Yao Shi was immersed in swordsmanship and had never experienced the affairs between men and women. The 5 elements Sephora flower array did not affect her much. I'm here. Yao Shi, stay where you are and wait for me. Seeing Yao Shi walking in the forest in a daze, Night Sorrow quickly rushed over. Did you encounter that kind of trap array? Yao Shi, who was in the fog, immediately asked when she saw Night Sorrow rushing over. I did, but I have already broken it. Let's go and find Yun Tianyi now. Are you injured? Yun Tianyi was the weakest among the 3 of them. Night Sorrow was a little worried that he would not be able to break the trap array. I'm not injured, but I used a half-step divine lord talisman. Yao Shi explained. Her talisman happened to be of the fire attribute. It burned all the roots and branches that trapped her. It's good that you're not injured. Chen Chuyue and the others have probably already entered the forest. Let's be careful. Night Sorrow activated the sea serpent's eye. It released a ray of light in the fog, allowing him to see the scenery hundreds of miles away. However, after searching for thousands of miles, he did not find Yun Tianyi. Could something have happened to Tianyi? Night Sorrow and Yao Shi did not find it difficult to break the 5 elements Sephora flower array, but Yun Tianyi might not be able to do so. He was a little worried. Sigh, I hope he's fine. After all, they were friends who had fought side by side. Yao Shi was a little sad that Yun Tianyi was nowhere to be seen. It seems to be Huang Lai and Yun Sangping ahead. They have been trapped by the 5 elements Sephora flower array. At that moment, Night Sorrow suddenly saw Huang Lai and Yun Sangping being tied up by roots and branches dozens of miles away. They were hanging in midair. Good opportunity. Let's kill them. If we kill the 2 of them, the gap in strength between us and Qinshuyue's camp will be even smaller. Upon hearing Night Sorrow's words, Yao Shi immediately released killing intent as she drew her frost brow sword. Let's go. Follow me. Be careful. While rushing towards Huang Lai and Yun Sangping, Night Sorrow used the sea serpent's eye to observe carefully. He did not wish to encounter a sneak attack from Qinshuyue and the others. Qinshuyue and the others are not nearby. Let's go over. After confirming that there was no ambush, Night Sorrow brought Yao Shi to where Huang Lai and Yun Sangping were hanging. It seems that we don't have to do anything. They can't break the 5 elements Sephora flower array at all. When they approached, Yao Shi, who originally wanted to attack immediately, grasped the hilt of her frost brow sword but did not attack. Although she was decisive in killing, she could not bear to kill cultivators who had no ability to resist at all. Samsara halberd, burn. Yao Shi did not attack, but Night Sorrow brandished the Samsara halberd. He did not kill Huang Lai and Yun Sangping but used flames to save them. Chapter 25-21. Night Sorrow. Yao Shi. Did the 2 of you save us? Huang Lai, who had been saved by Night Sorrow, immediately took a few steps back when he saw Night Sorrow and Yao Shi standing in front of him. However, there was no one else around. He immediately understood who had saved him. I saved the 2 of you. I've completely repaid the karma between the 2 of you. You can leave now. The next time we meet, we will fight to the death. Yi Shang narrowed his deep eyes. He glanced at Huang Lai and then at Yun Sangping. Although the 2 of them had joined Qinshuyue's side at the crucial moment, they had still helped him stop the skeletal puppets. Now that he had repaid this favor, Night Sorrow had repaid the karma between them. The abnormality in his power of virtue made him value karma even more. You actually let us go so easily. However, thanks. We will leave the cave immediately. Night Sorrow's words surprised Huang Lai. He had not expected such an outcome inside. After all, he was an expert on the God of Feathers list. Since Night Sorrow had let him go, Huang Lai decided to voluntarily withdraw from the cave. Yun Sangping, who was beside him, had a strange expression. He opened his mouth but did not say anything. You can leave, but he must die. After Huang Lai finished speaking, Night Sorrow suddenly used the Divine Essence Dragon-locking Array to bind Yun Sangping. Then, he used the Samsara halberd to attack. Following that, he used the Forbidden Spear. He pierced Yun Sangping's Dantian and Spirit Seat, destroying his soul. Throughout the entire process, Yun Sangping only let out a few screams. He did not even have the chance to retaliate. Night Sorrow. You went back on your words. I'll kill you. Seeing Yun Sangping killed instantly, Huang Lai immediately became furious. Yun Sangping was his old partner, but he had been killed on the spot. Huang Lai lost control and attacked. I'm not going back on my words. I've already let the 2 of you go, but he poisoned us. Therefore, he must die. Night Sorrow blocked Huang Lai's attack and said coldly, if it weren't for the fact that I can see through all falsehoods, I would definitely have been hit. If I see you again in the cave, I will kill you on the spot. Just now, Night Sorrow had already made his stance clear. Yun Sangping even crushed the poison pill that Qinshuyue had given him with his fingertips. If Night Sorrow didn't have the sea serpent's eye to see through the spreading poison gas, he and Yao Shi would have been poisoned. The furious Huang Lai immediately calmed down after hearing those words. After a moment of silence, he looked at Night Sorrow and said, he only has himself to blame for poisoning you and getting killed. If you let me go this time, I won't stay in the cave anymore. Also, let me remind you that there is a Sir God waiting for you outside the cave abode. He seems to be from the Ennying Hall. A divine lord from Anying Hall? It seems like Ling Xiaoye from Anying Hall found out about what happened to Feng Xiaoyun. Then, she invited a Sir God to deal with me. Huang Lai's words reminded Knight Sorrow of the Sir God that he and Yun Tianyi met outside the cave abode. So that Sir God was here for him. If Feng Xiaoyun's matter is exposed, won't my Dark Moon clan be in big trouble? Jing Yun alone can't fight a Sir God. Now, I can only hope that there is only one Sir God and that he has been waiting for me. Thinking of this, Knight Sorrow was very worried about the safety of his clansmen. His hair stood on end. Become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I solve the problem in front of me. Knight Sorrow, who originally wanted to leave the cave abode immediately to check on his clansman's situation, thought for a moment and felt that he would be courting death if he went out now because he didn't have the ability to fight a Sir God. Endless fighting spirit gathered in his body as he looked at Yao Shi and said, Yao Shi, my family is in danger. I have to increase my strength quickly. I am going to fight the immortal generals from the 3rd level to the 33rd level. Are you coming with me? At this moment, Knight Sorrow's mentality changed. He was worried about his family and wanted to speed up the pace in the cave abode. As for Qin Shiyue and the others, no matter who it was, he would definitely choose to fight to the death as long as they tried to stop him. Let's go. Knight Sorrow's fighting spirit soared to the sky. Yao Shi was obviously affected. She could clearly feel the change in Knight Sorrow's mentality and knew that he would choose to fight to the death if anyone tried to stop him. Her answer was very simple. She only had one word. Okay. I have decided that you are my friend. Even if I leave the cave abode, I will be there as long as you need me. With his family in danger, Knight Sorrow didn't have the mentality to escape and ambush. He didn't even want to look for Yun Tianyi anymore. Knight Sorrow. If you trust me, can you bring me along? I can swear to the heavenly Tao that I will never target you. Knight Sorrow's soaring fighting spirit even made Huang Lai's blood boil. He really wanted to join him. Since you told me this information, I'll let bygones be bygones. Let's go together. However, I won't give up anything that can increase my strength. Looking at Knight Sorrow in the distance, he nodded and took the lead. Of course. I just want to help you and form good karma. Last time, I chose the wrong side. I won't do it again. Knight Sorrow's sorrowful fighting spirit greatly affected Huang Lai. He felt that even if a divine lord, the divine king, or even a god stood in front of him, Knight Sorrow wouldn't back down. After that, Knight Sorrow, Yao Shi, and Huang Lai walked out of the locust tree forest and left the 23rd level. He planned to quickly kill divine generals on the 3rd level and obtain cultivation resources to increase his strength. He also wanted to get the letter from the cave abode as soon as possible and complete Long Tianqing's task. We didn't see Qin Shiyue and the others in the locust tree forest. Let's be careful. Huang Lai reminded them as they walked up the stairs to the 3rd level. No worries. We'll just fight if we meet them. Knight Sorrow replied. His fighting spirit turned into armor and merged with the Blue Phoenix battle armor. After the fusion, the Blue Phoenix battle armor shone with a deep black light. This black light flickered as if it was breathing. The grade of the armor was that of a high god, not far from the half-step divine lord level. It was even stronger than the undamaged Blue Phoenix battle armor. Alright. In any case, there aren't many people left in Qin Shiyue's camp. Huang Lai nodded. Although Knight Sorrow's fighting spirit had turned into armor and merged with the Blue Phoenix battle armor, he was like a god of war. This gave him a lot of confidence. He felt that he had made a huge mistake in choosing to join Qin Shiyue's camp. There are sounds of fighting again. It seems that the divine generals on the 3rd level have been attacked again. I wonder who is attacking this time. The 3 of them had just reached the 3rd level when they heard the sounds of fighting coming from the area where the divine generals were. Hearing the sounds of fighting, Knight Sorrow, Yao Shi, and Huang Lai immediately rushed to where the divine generals were. At this time, Yao Shi transmitted her voice to Knight Sorrow. If you encounter trouble that you can't solve, I can go back to the Tianxian school and ask for help. In response, Night Sorrow rejected. I'm already very grateful that you're willing to fight by my side. I'll feel bad if I have to trouble you again. Alright. We'll talk about the outside matters after we get out. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. Chapter 25-22. The sounds of battle coming from the Divine General's area grew louder and louder. Hearing the Divine General's sorrowful roar, Huang Lai, who had fought with the Divine General before, immediately reminded him, this roar means that the Divine General has been killed several times. Let's hurry over. Otherwise, we won't make it in time. Alright, let's hurry up. Also, we don't know who's fighting the Divine General, so be careful. Night Sorrow reminded them as they moved toward the Divine General's area. Zhenyuan Divine Lord's abode didn't have any restrictions on who could enter, so there might be others who'd come later. Don't worry. The only one who can pose a threat to us is Qinshuyue. The few of them might not be a match for us now. As the 9th-ranked expert on the Feather God list, Yaoshi was very confident in her safety. We can't be careless. I don't think it's Qinshuyue and the others who are fighting the Divine General. Night Sorrow felt that something was off because Qinshuyue and the others had entered the locust tree forest together. They shouldn't have returned so quickly and beaten up the Divine General so badly. Yes, we entered the forest together and encountered that trap formation not long after. I'm guessing that even if Qinshuyue and Nie Qingping can escape, Ji Hao and Leng Ningxi might not be able to, added Huang Lai. That's true. The old locust trees in the forest have extremely tough roots and branches. They won't be that easy to break. As Night Sorrow spoke, the three of them were already very close to the Divine General's area. Huang Lai reminded them, if we want to kill the Divine General, we need to enter its space. It's a bit like a cave and isn't very big. It won't be easy to dodge and might test our close combat abilities. Alright. In that case, I'll go first. My body is as strong as a god's. Huang Lai's information was very useful. Night Sorrow immediately took 2 steps forward and entered the Divine General's area in front of the other 2. Follow behind me. After Night Sorrow entered the Divine General room, Yaoshi said something to Huang Lai and immediately followed him. Huang Lai, who was familiar with this, naturally followed them in. Entering the Divine General room, the scenery in front of him was clear at a glance. It was a grayish-brown world. Both the walls and the floor of the cave residence were made of rocks that looked like yellow mud. At this moment, in the center of the cave abode that was only 100 square miles in radius, a man and a woman of the Divine Feather Realm were fighting a Divine General who was wearing black and red armor and wielding 2 sabers. He looked like an Azura. These were 2 unfamiliar faces that weren't on the feather list. Not only did Night Sorrow not recognize them, but even Yao Shi and Huang Lai had no impression of them. Yao Shi, ranked 9th on the Goddess of Feathers list, and Huang Lai, ranked 41st. Why are you rushing into the Divine General's room at this time? Are you here to snatch the opportunity? If that's the case, I advise you to hurry up and get lost. Before Night Sorrow and the others could speak, the male cultivator in silver-white armor spoke coldly. He wasn't on the feather list and recognized Yao Shi and Huang Lai, but he didn't give them any face at all and directly scolded them. Who are you? How dare you insult Fairy Yao Shi? Do you want to die? Night Sorrow and Yao Shi didn't speak, but Huang Lai immediately retorted. Ha ha ha. Do we want to die? Huang Lai, can't you see the difference in strength from the aura we emit during the battle? While fighting the Divine General, the male cultivator laughed arrogantly. Then he turned to look at the crowd and said, Listen up, my name is Wen Liangyu. This is my senior sister, Fairy Bai Luo. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get out. You're asking us to get lost repeatedly. How arrogant of you. Night Sorrow, whose battle intent had not only condensed into substance but also turned into armor, sneered when he heard Wen Liangyu's words. He held the Samsara halberd horizontally in his hand and prepared to attack immediately. Get lost? That's targeted at Yao Shi and Huang Lai on the feather list. Middle-level feather god trash like you should just go to hell. When Liang Yu was very confident in his and Fairy by Luo's strength. He didn't even take Yaoshi seriously. He was really arrogant. When Liang Yu didn't even look back during the battle. He used the power of his divine soul to lock onto Night Sorrow and casually shot out a thick thunderbolt full of energy. After this thunderbolt was shot out, it immediately locked onto Night Sorrow and struck at him fiercely. You don't know what's good for you. Since you want to fight, I'll naturally accompany you. Night Sorrow had never been afraid of thunderbolts ever since he started cultivating. Facing Wen Liang Yu's thunderbolt, he didn't dodge at all and used his body to withstand it. After withstanding this attack, Night Sorrow waved the Samsara halberd and directly used the Samsara strike. Oh. You're Night Sorrow. Ha, it's really you. This time, I've really searched high and low for you, only to find you without any effort. When Liang Yu noticed that Night Sorrow had used his body to withstand the thunderbolt and was completely fine, he was a little surprised. However, after seeing Night Sorrow clearly, he immediately laughed and said, Night Sorrow, oh Night Sorrow. We entered the cave abode this time with the goal of killing you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. When Liang Yu waved the war hammer in his hand and faced him head-on, there was a loud rumble. Night Sorrow's Samsara halberd and Wen Liang Yu's war hammer collided. Night Sorrow didn't use his full strength at all, but he still forced his opponent back. With your strength, what right do you have to look down on Fairy Yaoshi? What right do you have to say that you want to kill me? According to Night Sorrow's judgment, Wen Liang Yu's strength was at the level of someone who had just entered the God of Feathers list. He was about the same level as Yun Tianyi before she entered the cave abode. Night Sorrow. Go to hell. A mere mid-level God of Feathers dares to plot against the Shadow Pavilion's property. I really don't know what you're thinking. Do you know who's behind the scenes in the Shadow Pavilion? At this moment, when Liang Yu, whose aura was originally very ordinary, suddenly revealed a trace of viciousness. He no longer concealed his powerful aura and instantly raised it to the level of Niechingping. At the same time, he threw away the war hammer in his hand and pulled out a soft sword from his waist. He stabbed at Night Sorrow with a frightening aura. So you're from the Shadow Pavilion. I'll capture you alive and ask you some questions. Facing Wen Liang Yu's sword, Night Sorrow still didn't feel much pressure. According to his judgment, Wen Liang Yu's strength should be about the same as Niechingping's. He definitely wasn't in the top 10 of the God of Feathers list. Upon hearing that he was from the Shadow Pavilion, Night Sorrow immediately became energized. He was prepared to capture him alive and ask him about the situation outside to see if his family was targeted. Yaoshi, Huang Lai, the two of you go and snatch the Divine General. I'll deal with him.